Right?
Yeah, everything has worked out perfectly.
Mm.
Alright, so we're live, back at our regular stream. My computer is throwing a screaming fit at me, so we'll see how good the quality on this is. But yeah, after a long hiatus, I'm back to running this. And just to allay any concerns about the streaming, it is more for the recorded posterity. Clips can be made of funny moments, and some players, particularly in my Monday night game, or the Monday night game that I play, just really enjoy being able to go back. So that's what it's more about than actually trying to reach an audience, because I don't do any marketing. We're not all going to become internet famous.
No, it's
Unless
not.
we are.
You say now.
We could be the new face.
knows?
The Kevin Crawford Stars Without Numbers series. You never know.
Also, you do realise that if that turns out to not be true, then we literally have a record of you on stream saying,
Yeah.
okay, that wasn't going to happen.
That's true.
Clips that won't age well.
Yeah. Here's hoping that doesn't age well. Sorry, go on.
We're going to do a tiny little bit of session 0 here, just some basic stuff. You're all veteran players and mature and responsible, so I don't really need to go over a lot of the things. One of the things that I do ask is that if you AFK for something and then you come back later, you do not need to announce in voice loudly and suddenly that you're back. You can wait until whatever's going on has calmed or quieted, and then just mention that you're back, because there may have been something that I or someone else was waiting on. Or if you know that that's not the case, you don't have to say anything at all. Just be present and participate when you're ready. So that's it. You don't have to announce that you're back, but if you do, please do not just jump in. I'm back. Thanks. In Discord, I do want. Oops. Hang on. There we go. Fixed one thing. I do like to keep discussion that occurs during the game session and planning that occurs between game sessions separate. I don't know why. It's a thing in my brain. It seems to me that the discussion channel will get a lot more random chatter, where the planning channel, the one that is for between games, or sometimes during a game session if it involves significant planning towards a long-term event, the planning channel just seems to be more focused, and it's a lot easier for me to look back at when I'm prepping content for the future games. Rules discussion, I put a bunch of stuff in there. I do like to hold the whole what the GM says goes. If any kind of rules discussion is going to interfere with the pacing or engagement of the game, I'd rather just make a quick ruling right there and move on. If you didn't like it, we can talk about it later. And I have been known to change my mind. Even on the internet.
I mean, I'm betting you were wrong on the internet, huh?
I have been wrong on the internet, yep.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I wasn't wrong. It was actually the universe was aligned wrong.
It's really small.
And when the universe aligned correctly, I realized that I was in the wrong universe. And now I'm in the right universe where I'm right.
Right.
I see.
So, three things that kind of catch players off guard are Void Carbines. Whenever you're using them, remember you get a +1 bonus to attack. Void Carbines are the only truly safe weapon to fire inside of a ship. A semi-auto pistol or low tech is probably okay. A bow and arrow is probably okay, but an advanced bow is not. Mag rifles are not. And Ironhide 2 isn't magical protection against all bullets penetrating the skin. It is a combat protection. In the chaos of combat, nobody with a TL3 or lower firearm will be able to score any kind of hit that damages you. We'll fiction that away as appropriate, but that's the extent of the magical protections of Ironhide 2. It's for combat. If somebody walks up and shoots you in the arm, you've got a hole in your arm.
Seems reasonable.
Yep.
And I don't think there's much more to it. So let's look at the game here. As you can see, we have all 6 of your faces arranged in a circle. Let's see, Pangolin was going to go with a different one, so that is a placeholder there. And Pang, I can also show you some alternates that I made of that character. You have more choices.
Oh, cool. Well, sounds good.
Right now, none of your characters are aware of anything of this game or of the circumstances that you're in. That's partly because GM has not gotten to his notes section. But where the heck is it? Hang on real quick.
But partly because the GM can't find his notes section.
There we go.
Quickly,
Yes.
just I've got a pretty bad cough, just
Okay.
because I'm on going on month 3 of pneumonia, so I'm going to say muted most of the time.
I hope you feel better. And as another quick aside, so that does not come as a surprise later, Nox and Meow, I made a executive GM decision to change one of the NPCs coming forward, for reasons that none of the PCs had selected pilot, and so I wanted to make sure that you had someone that could pilot without anyone feeling forced into that if they didn't want to. So you get Natario. Oh no.
Yay! I like Nataria.
I know. We are focusing in on. Hang on. Okay, whatever. We are focusing in on a ship in a quiet system, and inside that starship is eerily quiet. Zoom in even more to a small room just inside the med bay. If anyone wandering about didn't know it was there, they would think it was just a medicine closet or supply closet in the med bay. But this is where 0x800 first opens her eyes and sees herself staring at a glass window, a thick glass window. Across from her are a handful of upright casket-like objects that she recognizes as stasis tubes. There are people in the other tubes. She doesn't recognize them, doesn't know who they are, and doesn't know who she is, but the casket in which she's waking up is apparently doing something. There are little sounds and noises and bits of steam and light on both the inside and the outside as her eyes open and vision floods.
Is the pod opening up?
It is. It
Okay.
does so slowly, but as long as she's not having a panic attack inside this little coffin, it opens and doesn't actually push her or anything, but gently allows her outside.
I think that there is a slight bit of panic, just the unfamiliar surroundings, the unfamiliar faces, and I would go to see if there's anything in the room that might identify my location.
The only thing in the room are 10. The only things in the room are 10 of these stasis pods, a 5 on each row of a wall of the room. Excuse me, 5 along each wall of a small locker-like room, and a bench running between them. There's a door that leads out of this small room, and there are also signs of tampering, abuse. There are 3 pods that appear to have been broken and opened at some point.
Is the door leading outside of the room currently open, or is it closed?
It is currently closed.
Then I think I'll just start looking at the different pods. Do they have any name designations on them or anything like that?
They don't have any name designations. The closest thing you find to an identifier is that each pod has a serial number ending in the numbers above your characters.
Let's see. Okay. Deep breaths.
There are people in 5 of those pods, and the indicators on those pods suggest that they're all healthy, and also that they're all due to release fairly soon. Not all at once. There's offsets in the timers.
Is there some sort of manual override to get the release to happen more immediately?
Go ahead and roll me a heal or fix check with intelligence.
Okay. We'll go for fix, I suppose.
Okay.
First roll of the game.
First roll of the game. Yeah. 800 seems familiar enough with these devices, despite not remembering having ever seen them. And knows somehow what sequence of codes can be entered to hasten the release of someone who's coming out of stasis.
Don't have any particular number or person in mind. I don't know who any of these people are, so you can pick one at random and say that was the one that I went for.
All right, let's roll a d5. Starting with the OX872 and going clockwise. And so
180.
that would be 180. The thick glass and what little bits of steam are accumulating and condensation are accumulating make it a little bit more difficult to see who's inside each. But once 800 starts entering the code, and I assume 800 is helping this person out. Give me a little idea what's going on here.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
I'll probably move them from the pod onto the bench.
Okay. As the pod opens, you see that 180 is a lot younger than she looked from outside the pod. And 180, you've been activated early.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and I guess if you're helping me get to the bench, I'm probably a little bit sort of apprehensive about I don't know who you are, but also I'm not going to resist help to sit down.
It's the same sensation for 180. No memory of who she is, how she got here, or who this woman is that is helping her to the bench.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sit on the bench for a moment, looking around the room and just trying to collect some semblance of normality, and probably just sort of look over at 800 and just say, who, where?
Yeah, I was hoping you would know, but that look is not promising the slightest.
No.
Okay.
Judging by the sounds around you, filtering out what little sounds these stasis pods are making, you could be in the stillness of space under with no engines and nothing thrumming like you would expect inside of a starship, a concept which you guys do recognize. Or you could be deep in a concrete bunker, again, with no kinds of rumblings or power generations. What I'm getting at is it is eerily quiet and still.
Okay. Well, let's not panic. There are a lot of things that not quite sure of yet, but positive attitude, positive mindset. Sure, everything's fine, right?
579's pod is beeping and going through final release process. And 579 eyes are opening, consciousness is flooding in.
I'm just kind of sit there and blink slowly. Just slowly take in everything. The whole lid is, I guess, like the lid opens and all that jazz.
Yeah, it does within a matter of about half a minute. You're safe and secure and like basically held up while that lid is there, kind of pushed into place. But when it opens, you are free to fall over. So it opens slowly.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I just like I said, he's just gonna very slowly get up, kind of staring, like look as like, do I know y'all?
Starting to get the feeling that nobody's gonna know anything. No, probably not. Hopefully not.
Does seem to be the pattern.
Okay. Probably in a few more minutes, 2 more people are gonna come out similarly confused.
Just looking around.
Um,
More. There's a lot of pops here.
okay, let me think.
Yeah.
I haven't tried the door yet. Let me see if the door will open. Maybe there's someone just on the other side, right? And 800 will walk over toward the door and try and open it up.
The door does open, and you see into a med bay. It's starting to look clearer that you're on a ship because this med bay has all the features you expect of a ship, which may at some point lose its artificial gravity and its inertial dampers. There are magnetic, bars for placing things. There are also actual straps to strap things down, and you see that tables and chairs and the medical beds are bolted. They're not on wheels. You're definitely on a ship, and by the looks of this med bay, why don't you go ahead and roll me that heal check now?
Okay. Intelligence still?
Intelligence or wisdom is fine this time.
I will go for wisdom.
Okay. By the looks of this medbay, it is a large ship.
Okay.
872 pod is releasing.
Okay. Physically, how do I feel?
Well, I'm leaving that mostly up to you guys. There can be stasis sickness. I should use this opportunity to note that vomit and extreme gross out humor is an X card for me. That's just it is uncomfortable. So
Mm-hmm.
your characters can of course get sick, just we don't need graphic details of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, stasis sickness is a thing. There are certainly stasis mishaps that occur in the world. None of them are happening to your characters unless you want a little bit of stasis sickness coming out of this. But if you don't want any of that, then the stasis process can be smooth and like waking up from a really good nap, or it can be a little bit fuzzy, like waking up from a nap that just began 2 minutes ago. The worst feeling in the world.
Seconded. Well, I actually woke up from a pretty good nap not long ago IRL, so I'll say that I wake up feeling fairly fresh. And just as the pod is lowering me down onto my feet, I'll be like rolling my shoulders and just sort of cracking my neck, testing my range of movements, basically. And then I will step out of the pod, look around, and go, ah, do I know any of you?
I just asked the same thing.
Oh, it's a recurring question, isn't it?
Yep. Seems everybody's stepping out the pub and asking that.
Ain't
Guess
good.
I phrased it a lot worse.
Since that we ain't got no idea who each other is. Or each other are. Still no language.
800 is
Okay.
currently looking through the medical bay for like cabinets or files, anything that might have like records.
Okay. And this is a good opportunity to kind of sidebar real quick and give a little bit more information about this memory loss. As you've seen with 800 recognizing something about the pods, and 579 realizing that I still know English or language, as he puts it. You seem to know how to do things, and your characters will not have lost anything that you would consider experiential or by practice memory. Sorry. That is exactly what you lose. I had that
So it's
backwards.
just like,
You lose the experiences,
like-
but you maintain the skills.
Yes.
yeah.
Anything
So
that
it's
you.
just like episodic memory that's lost.
It's what?
Episodic memory that's lost?
I don't recall that being a term. I've just been describing it as you've lost the experiences, but anything that was practiced to the point that it became rote or muscle memory, one would say, you still have that.
Okay, yeah.
We know how to do things, but not necessarily why.
Exactly. You have no association of how you learned it, why you learned it, or any time you've ever actually applied it. It is just skills in the raw with no experience bias.
Mm-hmm.
What gets really weird is when it's knowledge.
Okay.
Anyways,
Yeah. I think at this point, 180 is going to start heading into the med bay and not exactly knowing what 800 is looking for, but going to start looking around as well. Just see if anything interesting pops up.
Okay.
I reckon it's only
Yeah.
polite for me to wait for the other two. Because there's only two
Yeah.
more pods, right?
There's only 2 more pods that have people in them. Yep.
Yeah, I'll look over to 579 and say, so have these been opening themselves, or was someone letting us out?
Well, I just opened up before you, so I guess I'll look at them and see. I presume there should be some divisible timers. How long do we got left on them?
No,
Mhm.
the display screens on the outside are not showing anything except for a kind of like little standby graphic. They're conserving power is what 579 would immediately intuit here. You can certainly roll a heal or fix check to try and discern more.
Yep, fix intelligence.
All right. Okay.
And I'm just gonna do whatever I hand to hasten both the other two.
All
by the
right.
way.
The mechanics of this, the function of this technology is familiar enough in general that 579 can bring it out of standby, at least the display. Obviously the whole thing isn't in standby, and look things over. And yeah, there is an option to both see how soon next the person releases, and also to hasten that release. So the next one out would be 808 and then 119. You can
Alright.
activate both
I'm
their
fine
release.
with that order. Yeah. Just do. Go ahead and get them all out. Let's hasten this process.
All right.
Mm.
808. You same as I've described to others. Consciousness begins to fill your eyes and mind, and 119 just a couple seconds after that.
As my eyes open, I'm assuming we're like reclined backwards, or is the pod vertical?
It is a vertical pod, but there is some recline to it as well.
Okay. What the hell? And just kind of fall forward and onto my knees for a second. What?
If I see
Who
him
are you?
stumbling, I'll probably help him up.
Who?
Come
What's
on
going?
now, on
What's
your
going
feet.
on? Who are you? What's going on? Where am I? What?
Those are the $1,000,000 questions at the moment.
I just stunned in silence and like trying to recall memories that are no longer there as I look around this room.
You can see out the door into what is clearly a starship med bay that is immediately evident to. Should actually include 872. It's also very clear to you. And 119, when you come around, that's not just a starship med bay. This is a military starship med bay. A very highly functional military starship med bay. 119, Knox, if you're able to hear us, would perhaps even get a quick gauge of how big the ship is just from its med bay.
is the 119 pod opening?
It is, yeah.
Okay. As the pod opens and 119 opens his eyes, he notes that things are pretty blurry and kind of automatically searches inside of his outfit for his spectacles. Puts them on to get a much clearer view.
Yep.
Speaking of, where are our outfits?
You are wearing comfortable jumpsuit clothes. You're not all wearing like uniform jumpsuits, but you're wearing something that someone would wear if they were told to prepare for a night of peaceful protesting. Actually, that's probably not a good example because people dress up for
Yeah,
those.
it's like, yeah, I was like, wait.
A night of Netflix and popcorn all alone. You're not quite in pajamas, but yeah,
Like casualish jumpsuits.
yeah.
What would be casual on a spaceship?
Yeah.
And there are compartments inside the pods. 119 is the only one that has had anything in it, and those are your glasses.
Yeah, I see the last pod opening and that it's an old. One more is open, right? Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where I see the last pod's opening and there's an old guy inside, I'll just nod to 579 and go, "Hey, old guy coming out of that one. Give him a hand."
You say that to who? Sorry.
579.
579.
Okay.
Oh, well, I mean,
Who,
he ain't that
who's the
old.
I'll shrug.
I mean, you know, I was like, I don't think I'm much younger. Actually, how old am I?
I'm gonna cut to 180 and 800 out in Medbay. Unless you're wandering back in to see the new arrivals. What are you trying to find out here in Medbay? What are you trying to see?
800 is specifically trying to find files, records, anything of the sort. It's a medical bay. If we're on a ship, right, the crew should have records. That would seem logical.
It is
And-
logical.
And if they have records, hopefully we're part of those, or at least we can figure out who is supposed to be here.
Okay.
That may be able to help.
And what is 180 looking for?
Well, not anything specific. Just sort of looking around to see if anything catches my eye. Like looking in all the little drawers and all the little cubby holes and stuff. But I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking.
All right. We'll start with 180. Go ahead and give me an admin with intelligence or wisdom.
Admin with intelligence. It's going to be.
Oh, sorry, that was actually for 800.
Ah.
Yeah, I think I may have said the wrong words
Admin
there.
with intelligence or wisdom. I will go for wisdom.
Okay. It's fairly easy and quick for 800 to find a panel that looks like it would normally be displaying stats in an easy and quick to look place for central viewing in the medbay, and accessing that panel, it does come up, and it shows the status of life support on the ship.
Okay,
That is
that's something at least.
something. It is a worrying something. Life support calculations for 6 living persons give you about 15 days of breathable air. I guess this isn't so worrying. 51 days of non-perishable food supply, 36 recycled water supply. Oh, and 431 days survivable temperature and pressure. So
Okay.
it's positive.
The ship is estimating that there are 6 living beings on board.
It is.
Only 6.
Going to put a little bit more information in chat. I do use the discussion channel for a lot of in-game information that I provide. Also on this panel, you see when the last maintenance was. You see that low power mode was engaged in 3/18, March 18th, and that life support became fully engaged September 17th. You also see the current date, September 17th.
Okay. Well, I will say that this is probably not a great sign, but at least we will live. According to the panel here, we are the only people on board ship.
And
So much for finding someone that can tell us anything.
Well, ain't that fucking fantastic?
But we got like 15 days to live, so
Well, we should probably see if we can do something about that.
yeah.
180, kind of looking around for odds and ends. I'm not going to make you roll a check for this. It's clear from 2180 that this medbay has been scavenged, and putting together some of the damaged tubes in the tube room, as well as a few markings seen, damage markings that were not just the tubes, along with damage to machinery in here. Somebody came through and scavenged this ship at some point.
Okay. You said in the initial room there were 10 tubes total, but 4 of them didn't have anyone in. What was the condition of those 4 tubes?
One is just not even functional. Not non-functional. One is just sitting there. There's nothing wrong with it. There's just nobody in it. 3 of them look to have been damaged at some point and forced open.
Okay. Does it look like potentially the same sort of damage as I'm seeing in the med bay now? Or does it look different?
No. The damages to the tubes look less. Go ahead, give me a fix check.
Okay. Fix with
Intelligence is fine.
intelligence.
A lot of fix intelligence. Oh dang.
Yep, there you go. No, the damage to the tubes looks more. I'm not sure if it would be more deliberate or cautious, but I'll describe it as it looks more like it was intended to get something out without someone out without damaging them, as opposed to the scavenging in the med bay. It was more rushed. If something was damaged, it was just left there and moved on.
Okay.
It's hard to put a date on when this damage occurred, due to the apparent lack of atmosphere that was going on. So
Yeah, if 180 is coming back out of the like the pod bay to poke around, I'll just say find Eisen.
Yeah, we got any
Wish I
names
had.
yet?
Nope.
Ah, fantastic.
Easier if we did, but
Well, looks like we're all out. Time to. Oh, wow! This med bay is like this is me just paying attention to the med bay for the first time rather than the pods. Oh, wow! This is something. We're on some sort. I'm pretty sure we're on some sort of military ship. Anybody else get the feeling, or is it just me?
Do any of us get that feeling, perhaps?
Yeah.
Experience?
808 also has the distinct impression that you're on a large military ship. And 119, Knox, if you're there, 119 can actually estimate just from that med bay that you are probably on a cruiser class ship with a minimum crew of at least 20, probably more, upwards of 50.
Well, if it's military, then they tend to keep good records and stuff. And there'll be cameras if nothing else. Maybe there's footage we can scrape somewhere. I've not got this. I've not got the techiness for it, but
Right. Maybe we can
Is it-
make it to the
Any-
bridge.
Are you sure that it's military? We don't. Well, not so much we, so much as her and 800 will point at 180. Does not look like they're old enough to be in the military.
you're right that the kid doesn't look old enough to be military, but I don't know. It's just a weird sense of familiarity is the wrong word, but no, something about this just yells military at me.
I mean, were we prisoners or something? Maybe ship got scuttled with the. I don't know.
Look, we've got more
Yeah.
questions than answers. We've got more questions than answers at this point. Are we exploring or what?
I don't think we're going to find the answers here.
Yeah.
Medbay's fucking trashed. Come on. And I will look around for an exit from the Medbay.
I'd say that Nox is unmuted. Were you jumping in there?
Just waiting for a time to. Just
Oh no, you cut out.
You did cut out.
I'm not saying much.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
It
In
was more of
go ahead. Nope, go ahead.
if we're the only ones on this ship, and there's only enough air for 2 weeks, give or take, we should see if the ship could possibly tow somewhere to where we get more of it.
Right.
Well, yeah, we can address that in our explorations. Maybe.
Hopefully.
Nah, you. I don't remember your number, but you make a valid point. If we've only got 2 weeks of air, then it doesn't really matter damn whether we remember who we are or not.
Would
But
everyone be in the know that jumps kind of take time? Is that
Yes. Mm-hmm.
yeah? So be a matter of even if we get somewhere, we need to make sure we can do it before jumping would run us out of air.
Well,
mm,
does air supply, does that physically necessitate like getting the air from somewhere, or is there, presumably there should be a process for generating more air, right?
Yeah, your life support is doing it.
Yeah. So presumably the issue is life support's not creating the air like it should.
Well, it also can run out. You know, there's only so many times it can reprocess and filter air through. There are losses in the life support system.
Yeah. Plus, given the
Mhm.
ship ain't looking, from what we've seen so far, the ship's not in great shape. So,
Yep.
could be there was a lot of loss of air. But anyways, I reckon we should
Thought
check
somebody
those
come
systems
around
first.
nick it all.
All right.
See whether we can get those up and running to give us more air, or if we do need to book it somewhere where we can get air.
Yeah, like there might be, I don't know, busted filters or some shit. I don't know, I'm not a techie.
Well, in worst case,
Do
we could
the,
always just put some people back in the tubes.
Mm.
I'd buy some time. Not
Uh,
it.
So-
systems
so-
in the med bay have a map or have access
So-
to a ship schematic?
It
Yeah,
didn't.
was that? Yeah,
Oh,
Dave,
sorry.
so I was asking, are there any other exits from the med bay apart from
Yes,
into
there
the
are.
pod room?
Let me
Okay.
circle back around real quick. 800.
Yeah.
After showing the life support and tapping a little bit more, 800 is able to access a well, it's not exactly a crew list, but hang on. There's sorry, reconfiguring my thoughts here. 800 is not able to access a crew list. There are private health data lockouts that are basically getting in her way, and she is not designated as a captain or commanding officer, or not commanding officer, XO.
Does it say what I'm designated as?
Uh,
Or just
it
simply that I'm not one of those two categories?
Simply that you're not one of those two categories. You do find personal records, a path to personal records, but it seems like there's some damage to the processing and the computer core of the medbay also that you'd need to get corrected, because trying to access your own record results in a soft reboot.
Great. I will basically communicate that and then say, not to put a bunch of holes in your plan about restarting life support or whatever, but are you sure that you even have, I don't know, clearance to go in there, right?
Well, I'm not going to worry about having clearance to fix life support.
But if
Any
doors don't open, how are you going to open them?
Speaking of doors opening,
Unless you're telling me that you can bend steel.
we
872.
sure
Well, there's got to be tools somewhere.
The door opens.
we sure as hell ain't gonna find out.
Speaking
it's
of the
around
door
here.
opening,
Sorry, go on.
Yep. Nope. The door opens for 872. You are peering out into a obviously again the hallway of a ship, and you're seeing the more constrained spaces of military design, as well as choke points and defensive positioning.
see, we'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah, no, this is definitely military. Like, look over there. See that natural built choke point? They put those in military ships so that if you have to defend against borders, it's easier to deal with superior numbers. We're definitely on some sort of military ship. And look at that fantastic sight lines, one way cover. Yeah, no, military. I'd stake my life on it.
Walking into the hallway, do we get a sense, or I mean, there might even be designations and arrows, but of which way the engine room would be, the bridge, crew quarters, that sort of stuff?
Anything?
No, there's no signposting, there's no labeling of anything. Which does seem odd to those that have the more military background. I mean, obviously you don't want to point borders, here be our engines, but military ships are known for having recruits who don't know where things are or get lost easily. And so have at least minimal signs pointing in directions. The ship doesn't have that.
Cafeteria barracks, probably.
Yeah.
That's the important place for people to stay alive.
I'll see. Well,
Unless anyone's got any better ideas, I think I might, just wander around till I find life support.
Now,
question is, do we split and then reconvene here in a while, or do we stick together?
Is there any comms or anything on the ship are working that we can use?
Internal comms appear to be out. And when the subject of life support comes around to 579, or not life support, engineering comes around to 579, you do have a vague sense of what direction to go.
Huh. To be clear, we do still have we have an idea of what our skills are, right? Even if we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's not weird for me to be thinking of going to engineering.
No, it's not.
All right. It's like, I think engineering's this way, and I'm just gonna kind of wander off that way, unless anyone stops me.
Yeah, one direction is as good as another. I'll call to everyone else. Hey, this guy. Sorry. Yeah, this guy thinks he's got an idea of where engineering is. We're gonna go check it out. Are we sticking together, or are we back here in about half an hour?
Considering we don't know what happened on the ship, or who else might be here, or what else might be here, potentially is a better way of saying it. Probably best to stick together.
Valid point. Come on then.
Together it is. Let's go.
As we walk through the med bay, are there any, just instinctively, I would probably grab something that is sharp. Since I'm like, just would naturally probably put my hand on my, towards my belt to rest it on what should be there, but isn't. And I would instantly grab something sharp if there is a scalpel or some sharp jagged piece of metal.
There is. There are scalpels. There are also some larger medical tools. It even looks like someone may have, for whatever reason, brought an actual kitchen knife in here and is just, being magnetically held against the wall.
Well, I would grab a scalpel and then see the kitchen knife and then put that down and grab that.
It's definitely odd for that to be in the med bay. It does not belong here. You don't use that on people.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't.
It makes me think
you might be
that,
a cannibal.
Yeah, it starts to make me think that cannibals are on the ship somewhere. And eyeing the people I'm with skeptically.
As you proceed following 579 to engineering, you see that the damage to this ship is extensive. It goes beyond medbay. Whoever did this, whether it was you or someone else, or you got the ship like this, really ransacked through the ship and took what are clearly vital components of a very advanced ship. And those of you that I earmarked as recognizing this to be a military ship, 872, 808, and 119, you're also starting to get the sense that it's not just a large military ship. It's a very advanced, or was a very, very advanced military ship. Might even be thinking there are some pre-tech. I'm gonna move over to 180 and 579 for this next bit of information. That thought may also be occurring to you as well. Whether you recognize this as a military ship or just some hunk of junk out in space, this hunk of junk has been scavenged in a way and in places odd enough that that kind of feel like there were pre-tech components that the scavengers sniffed out and, well, scavenged. So now
I'm
you're
just gonna say
walking.
that's gonna be a.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was like, oh, that's gonna be a bitch to repair.
Yeah, now you're walking down the hallway of a large, advanced, probably pre-tech military ship with a minimum crew of probably 50, based on its size, but maybe less because of the pre-tech. Depending on what direction the ship construction and design went.
And whether they left enough pre-tech on board.
Yep.
Hmm.
You get to engineering, and it is a mess. First of all, the drive is both feels familiar and like nothing you've ever seen before. It's it feels like a strange design for those of you who have I've marked as being familiar with starships. It feels like a strange design, and 579. Well, this thing is a wrecked and scarred beauty.
That's a damn shame.
What? That's a fucking mess.
I know that, but if this thing were in perfect condition, I'd just damn.
Oh, yeah.
Seems
Good.
it's just a shame to ruin something like that, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, I'll start scouting about engineering. Like, just obviously I don't really know much, but I'm just curious to see if there's anything that's like blatantly out of place or doesn't look right.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. I know it's not a skill that is good for your character, but you can roll fix. I'm also, before you roll, I'm also going to use this opportunity to sidebar again. Most of the time when I ask for a skill check, I will say roll me fix intelligence or roll me notice wisdom, or I'll put forth a skill and attribute combination. That is a shortcut. That is a default. That's so that if you're okay with that skill and attribute combination, you can just roll it, and you're not asking me what do I use. If I don't give you an attribute, just use whatever the most common for that skill would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also happy to hear an argument for why a different skill or a different attribute would be relevant or applicable in that situation. Whether that's asking if you can make a talk/strength check or a charisma fix check. I keep joking that I'm going to begin one of these campaigns with skill and attribute bingo. Just pick 6 skills and pick 5 skills and pick 5 of the 6 attributes and see if you can fill up your card with all those combos.
Not a.
That sounds fun. But yeah, fix check. You said.
Yeah. So by default, fix. Let's see. Let's say wisdom for this.
Okay. Just say.
Yeah, there's some interesting things around here. There's that pipe that's sticking out. That's probably dangerous.
Steer clear of the pipe. Got it.
Yeah. What else does 872 find here? Like, does he fixate on something, or is he overwhelmed? Let's hear what that 3 entails.
I'm just looking for like anything that's obviously dangerous. Like if there's anything that's flashing a big red warning message, then or like gushy out steam or sharp edges, or
Okay.
basically,
Well,
let's make sure nothing's about to explode or demanding urgent attention.
Sure. Let's just say that it is just a pipe that is has been pried open. It's been sawed at one end, so that the scavengers could take something valuable, and pried out of the way. And now it's got sharp edges and it's jutting out. And 872 is preoccupied with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I make a fix check to see whether that makes any sense to do?
You have no idea. You don't even have to make a check. You have no idea what 872 is trying to do.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna leave him to it then. I want to focus on the life support, since that was something we identified as something we want to assess sooner rather than later.
Okay. Roll me int fix.
Oh.
Oops.
It helps when you got a +2.
Does.
It's a significant improvement on mine.
Yeah. Life support is running through multiple redundant battery backups. 579 is able to tell that some of that has been scavenged, but probably because this is a military ship, there are enough redundancies in power supplied to life support that that the life support that was specified, that was given to you in medbay, is stable. That's not going to run out of power, but it also gives you power that you could sacrifice for from that available to life support if you need to power any ship components. It would be low power, but it could get you power if you need it.
Yeah, we could reroute power somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
If because it's not basically without hurting life support even further. That is.
It will hinder. It will hurt the life support. How much is going to depend on what you're trying to power. If you were trying to power engines off life support, you might just run out of oxygen.
Yeah.
Fun.
All right. So, grand prognosis.
No good news.
Well, I guess there's a little juice there we could use for something to kickstart something else, maybe. Well, let's reckon we ought to get figure out what the hell's going on here.
Yeah.
Did the
all that's
engines?
sorry, go on.
I'm gonna say, are the engines like? Was I able to tell anything about function there?
Yeah, the engines are going to need extensive
Aside.
repairs. One other detail, I'll throw this in with your life support check there. One other detail is you're able to pull up some ships schematics on low power displays, and you're able to all see what this ship is. It is labeled as Raza on your on the schematics and the designs that you could pull up, and it looks. I mean, if you weren't already certain, now you are. This is a warship. This is a ship designed for war. It has several weapons, all of which are showing damaged and broken and needing repair. It also has more advanced non-spike drive flight controls than any of you are used to seeing. Ships feel like they just have some directional control, but mostly have thrusters that go forward, and those side things, those side thrusters just turn you and spin you, but the thrusters make you go forward. This has vectored thrust nacelles. It's basically like one of those jets that has the rotating engines. I cannot for the life of me remember what they're called right now.
VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing.
Yes, it's very much like a VTOL, except it has 4 of those thrusters, and they can all be rotated independently and freely, with the only limitation being that they are still actual thrust and are restricted from being aimed in such a way that they'll damage the ship itself.
I thought you were going to say, with the only limitation being that they're currently busted up to fuck.
Probably that too.
They are less damaged than others. Yeah, that's all I'm giving you for that is they are damaged, yes, but they're less damaged than your spike drive, which is going to require time and major work.
So while 579 is looking at all that, is there like another computer terminal somewhere in this room I could be poking at?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to start with, just see how much it'll let me see without trying to poke at stuff, but then try and probe deeper, get past any lockouts and stuff. Probably do some hacking.
Okay. Well,
but I'll see what I can see before that.
Couple things come to light. First off, 579, the ship recognizes you as chief engineer, and 180. The ship recognizes you as a chief comms officer.
Huh. Chief.
But I assume that doesn't come. That doesn't come with the name, though. I assume.
It doesn't come with a name.
Well, damn.
Okay.
And that's not corruption. That looks like somebody did that deliberately as a point of anonymity.
Huh.
It's rude.
That's odd. Okay.
I'm going to give you a little bit more on that anonymity there. 180. Yeah, your guys' names.
Or animosity.
Oh, anonymity.
Okay.
Your
Sorry,
name's.
In my head, I heard animosity.
I also heard animosity.
Oh, my bad. I have to forget. I have to remember that Lulu is not here. I'm kidding.
That's okay. That was on me. I just misheard the word.
No worries.
It
No,
happens.
you guys are designated by position, or at least you, Chief Comms and Chief Engineer, are designated by positions. As like it's not corruption, nobody hacked it, nobody changed your files. This is just a deliberate naming scheme.
Okay.
Does it have
Yeah, go ahead, Knox.
anything besides the title? Our numbers, or is it just a blank space?
It is just your titles. And Knox, a 119 recognizes that this is a tactic employed sometimes by pirates who don't want specific crew to be identified if they are ever boarded.
Well, that was the other of my two theories. So it does mean that we aren't, or we weren't intended to be POWs or hostages for ransom.
Yep. In fact,
So there's that clue at least.
119 is
Yes.
recognized as XO. 800 is recognized as just officer, and 872 is recognized as gunnery officer. 808 recognized as officer. You're all recognized as bridge crew, or crew that have access to the bridge.
Ah,
Do we see with that ship schematic a like a blueprint, I suppose, of where we are and where the other rooms of the ship are?
Roughly, yeah. You can roughly make out where you are. I mean, you clearly know where you are on the ship in engineering. And while it doesn't give you, a map of the ship per se, you at least can make out what direction to go if you want to get to any section of the ship. So at this stage, yes, you guys can tell me where you want to go, and you'll make it there.
I would be going as seeing them type away on their computers and nobody seems to be trying to eat me. To the armory, and then to the bridge.
Okay.
That kitchen knife in the med bay is gonna haunt us.
yeah, I'm good. Yeah, once I'm like identified as gunnery officer, I just get a sort of right, that makes sense moment internally, and I will tag along to the armory.
All right.
So far as anything makes sense.
Is everyone going to the armory with 808?
Upon hearing that 808 wants to go to the armory, 800 as well wants to join in for that.
Maybe for a quick stop. But
I'll just
more interested in the bridge. Personally.
I'm just gonna wave people off, and 5079 is gonna stay in the engineering, just trying to cobble together whatever I can, or
Yeah. Should we?
you know where to find me.
Follow to the armory. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll
right at
as
home
I,
here.
As I see that 579 and 119 aren't coming with us, I'll just say, are you staying here at the engine room, or are you coming to the armory with us?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here. This feels kind of important, kind of where I belong.
Okay, well, let's say you were what, chief engineer or something. I forget. There was a lot of names. But anyways, yeah. Sit tight. We'll be back once. We'll see if we can scavenge some weapons and then double back.
Kind of weird to be going for weapons already, but what do I know?
Hey, never know what might happen.
All right. Let's.
On second thoughts.
Mhm.
Yeah, words. I had a sentence. Would I know where I would need to be to work out internal comms stuff and how we might maybe get that working?
Yeah, pretty much any place in the ship that has more open access to the internal systems will work. Obviously, the bridge will work. Engineering is one of those places where the people working there typically need to be able to access all of the ship software systems, and so that's usually fairly open. Those are the two main spots. So
Okay.
engineering is a good place to work out what the problem is, and may even be able to fix it in engineering.
Yeah. I'm guessing I'm just thinking if I went to the bridge, is it then likely that I'd need to come back down here to fix it, or
It depends.
to presumably get
Um,
579 to fix it, or whatever, depending on what the
yeah,
problem is?
you don't actually know why the internal comms are down right now.
Yeah.
Normally,
Okay.
internal comms would be fairly low power and high priority, so the fact that they're down means something somewhere is broken.
In that case, I will revise my following people to the armory. I'm going to sit at this console and just do what I can to work out, focusing mainly on comms, but like what is actually working and what is not, and see if I can work out why the comms aren't working and whether that's something we can relatively easily fix.
Okay. And 579, what are you trying to accomplish in engineering?
There's still always a life support question, but basically, I was trying to figure out whether it'd be better to fix engines or life support. Depending on our situation. I'm kind of just like I said, putting together a list of things that need to be done while I wait for the others to figure out the rest of the stuff on the ship.
Okay. Comms, why don't you go ahead and give me a program, or 180, go ahead and give me a program int, and 579, you can give me a fix with intelligence or wisdom.
That's with a +2. That's a very bad roll. Yeah.
That is a very bad roll.
But if you're an expert,
You are an
I
expert.
am. Yes.
Hmm?
This feels like maybe an important one to have a good result on. I'm going to do it. Yeah.
that dice roll.
Rolling that.
Oh, that's a good roll. That's a good
That
roll.
is a much better roll.
That's better.
Okay. I'm going to
Go
cut
team.
over to sorry, I'm gonna come to you last, Nox, for reasons. I'm gonna cut over to the trio making their way towards the armory. You got a man with a kitchen knife in hand, a man who is just identified as chief gunnery officer, and 800.
I would like to add in that as we're walking to the armory, 800 is trying to keep a decent trailing distance behind both 808 and 872. Although I don't know if she thinks it's intentional or not.
Okay.
But a good let's say COVID compliant 12 feet.
Fair. Is space COVID a thing?
There are far worse things to worry about than space COVID.
If any of you guys are combat trained, which I assume you are, my character want to know. You would probably see that 808 is quite tense, and it seems hyper aware of the situation. So, like even to the point where if either of you makes a sudden move or like trips for a second, it's like arm stiffens with a kitchen knife, and then relaxes again. Just as he sees that there's no threat.
I feel like
Yeah.
there's a very vicious feedback loop because every time you tense with the knife, 800 gets tense.
Yes, I feel like
Ooh.
872 is also like alert, but slightly in front, like visibly keen to get to the armory.
Mm-hmm.
Which means I'm probably taking the lead actually. Like, do I get a sort of Dexter? Do I get a sort of like sense of familiarity, like 579 had earlier when leading us towards engineering?
Yeah, no, both 800 and 808 are now that you're en route. Oh, this is very familiar. You didn't need that map.
Just had to think about it.
You had to basically go through the motions here, and your muscles are doing the rest.
Mm,
You
okay.
if there's no chatter on the way, then you arrive at an armory that, no surprise, has been ransacked.
Mm.
God
The
damn it!
doors propped open, as well as the shelves and the other locked cases inside the armory. Everything is gone.
Mm, damn it! I was hoping.
Yeah, me too.
Shrug.
Mm. Yeah,
And
I'd like to search around just to see like you see that there's nothing there on the racks immediately. I just like to look around to see if there's anything at all, or I don't know, like some indication of what happened apart from it got bladed.
Sure. Go ahead and roll. For this, I'd be happy with a shoot wisdom or a fix wisdom or
I'll take
notice
shoot
wisdom.
wisdom. No, I'll take shoot wisdom. That's fine.
Okay.
Hey.
No, yeah, that's very good. Yes, this armory was stocked. Just based on uh the the tools that were employed to break these locks and get into this other what would normally be a very secured room. Uh, these scavengers put a lot of time and effort into getting all of this stuff out. Um, you can see hookups for charging laser weapons, mag weapons. You can even see hooks and cradles for heavy weapons. There are advanced armor pods. All of it empty.
When you say advanced armor pods, how advanced are we talking?
Not power armor, but there were definitely CFUs and a station for maintaining all specifically CFUs and actual military armor and
Mm-hmm.
these weapons.
Looking over.
Yes. I'm
Go ahead.
okay. I was just gonna say I'm looking around and I'm like, it's a damn shame that all of this got lost. I mean, look at this. Chargers for lasers, mag weapons, military grade armor. We could have used some of this shit, but nah. Whoever it was, I mean, that if you will say, I don't know, pirates or whatever. I think I heard someone say that earlier. If they were pirates, then they put a shitload of effort here, and I see why, because this would have been a fucking jackpot.
I
Like
want
this is a pirate's wet dream right here.
I'm going to add in a little perspective for 808. There's even no 872 may probably didn't overlook this. You rolled too high for me to say that you overlooked this, but 808 recognizes it and its significance immediately. There's a small but not insignificant section that was clearly devoted to weapons of of a inefficient and ancient origin, melee weapons, along with some discarded cultural ritual material. I keep wanting to call it a handkerchief, but it's not. There's little bits of incense and a cup that has spent incense in it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So not a handkerchief, but like some kind of cloth thing.
Yeah.
Does it have any like designs or iconography on it, or is it just like a single color, like red or whatever it is?
No, it does. It has what was it? Sorry,
Well-
I forgot the name of my own planet. It has Sangoku writing that 808 and 800 both recognize as being the name of a planet, Shinobu.
Do I have any this muscle memory that comes back, perhaps, or just like feeling that this is familiar?
Oh, yes.
Not only that the name of the planet, but also just this thing. Okay.
Yep, to both 800 and 808. Now 808, or not, sorry, to both 808 and 800. Now 800 may have a different familiarity.
Interesting. Well, I would take it unless anybody objects, and I assume that all of the hungry pirates did not miss any of the melee weapons in here.
They did not.
Yeah. Well, I will take this. And,
800 would actually, before you put it away or anything, ask if she could see it.
eyes you for maybe a second and then shrugs and then hands it over.
872 is just sitting staring at one of the charging ports for heavy weapons and doing his best not to cry.
What feelings are like coming to the surface as I like hold the material in my hand and take a look at it in greater detail?
There's a little bit of apprehension. I'll let you kind of interpret that as you want. But more than that, there's also a familiarity. Like I said, it is a different familiarity than 808. 808 picks it up and starts feeling like there are rituals and just kind of ceremonial rituals that should be done here to honor the armory and the weapons, and that's all that this was a part of. 800's familiarity of this is just familiarity. It's familiar, something that she has perhaps been around fairly extensively in her life.
I hand it back. There's a kind of like she's gonna say something and then she decides against it as she just holds it out in front of you.
I'll take it, and I assume we don't have pockets.
No, I'll say that Sweats of the Future have pockets.
Okay.
Jumpsuit has to have pockets.
I will carefully fold it up and put it in a pocket.
Okay.
Is this like a giant like onesie? I'm guessing, like all the way down to the wrists, or their gloves as well, and boots.
I'm happy to let you describe your own, with the only restriction that 800s and 180s cannot have pockets. I was wrong about that. Or the pockets that they have are tiny.
I see.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
what is it that we have?
Or the pockets are tiny.
Oh, okay.
They came with a built-in detachable small bag that they can carry.
No, I'm kidding. Space where the future has gotten away from the female clothes have no pockets problems.
Only took 1,200 years. Well, that's good to know, I guess.
You got there.
Got there in the end.
But when I see you folding it up and putting it in your pocket, I'll sort of break out of my like sad reverie and go, "Oh, find something."
I don't know. Some memory, maybe.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
If you're broken up about the weapons and armor, I mean, you're what, chief gunnery officer?
Yeah.
If we find
Yeah.
your room, maybe you have a hidden stash of them, right? Surely
You
you wouldn't
know-
leave your favorite thing here.
You know, that does sound like the kind of thing that sounds like a fantastic idea, which means that it sounds like the kind of thing I would probably do. Do I know how to get to my quarters from here?
When you think about it, no, but when you try it, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you
Check.
diverting as a group to individual quarters, or are you diverting on your own and the other two of you going off to the bridge?
If he mentions quarters, I would go along, and then if I end up getting the memory that mine's along the way, then I would also go into mine.
Yep. As soon as you guys start thinking about, wait, let's go to our quarters. 872 walks out of the armory and appears both ways in this hallway. Takes a
Mhm.
direction and starts walking, and it feels right.
Mm.
Your characters are clearly familiar with this ship. Familiar enough that you still remember things about it and where things are without any other memories.
Mm-hmm.
And with
This
that,
this is the weirdest goddamn shit. Like, I feel like, well, obviously we know that we belong here, but it's so weird. Like, I don't actually know. Like, you know what I mean? I don't remember things, but I remember how to get to places. But I don't know why I know how to get to places.
Hmm.
You guys feel it too, right?
Yes.
800 is not there. 800 has gone over to the bridge.
Oh, okay. She's just fucked off without us. Okay.
Hasn't said anything, just walked the complete other direction.
I
Yeah.
feel the same.
Maybe she's got a different feeling. Come on, let's see if I stash some guns.
All right, I'm gonna cut over to 119.
119 is also heading to the bridge.
Yep, 119
What
has
about under
reached the bridge. What is he looking for?
Checking the general state of the bridge, as in like its state of repair or lack thereof, and whether anything actually comes online.
Arriving at the secured door leading into the bridge, 119 first observes there's been some significant effort into busting into the bridge.
Were they successful?
They were successful. The door is half ajar, and the other half is nowhere to be found. The half of the jar that you find here is propped open by a shoddily wedged in piece of bending steel. This door tried to close. There is enough space for a man of 119's meager size. Not meager, but it's not the biggest person to get in.
Yeah. So squeeze through that door frame.
Actually, I don't think any of you guys would have a problem with that. 579, I think, might be the biggest among you, at least
Yeah.
in physical size.
He is.
Yeah, that's
Aha.
right. He's a tall boy.
He's a
Am
full
I that
foot
tall?
taller than 180.
I didn't really pay
Well,
attention.
I don't think you're that
Double check
tall,
that
but
again.
I think some of the rest of the party is very small.
Oh, he's
I-
he's 6'2", 200 pounds.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
Or
and
in
I'm 5'2", 100 pounds.
Well then.
or in English, 1.88 meters and 93 kilograms.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I personally, I still pass 6'2" easier than 188.
Seconded.
But then backwards on the weight, so 93 kilos is easier than 205.
Oh, weird.
Also
I'll
seconded.
try to remember that.
Britain's weird.
Yeah. Would it be easier if I converted it into stones?
No.
No. Maybe slightly.
Silly measurement.
That's okay. It would not be easier for me either.
Yep.
Convert the whole thing into decimals of a ton.
We should personally go by the US customary unit, the slug, for maths, so that way I can fully understand things.
Of course.
All right. What is 119 looking at?
If you just go out weights into big or small, that's good enough for me.
All right. Well, then 579 is big. The rest of you are small. What is aside from seeing the general state of things in the bridge? Yeah, the scavengers got in, and yes, they did a number on the bridge as well. What is 119 looking to do?
See if we can get a viewport outside. I want to take a general of where we are in space.
All right. Looking over the controls and the external sensors, 119 sees that they are all offline, which is, again, no surprise. You can roll me a fix or an admin with intelligence, or if you want to try and assess why they're offline. Problem is.
Yeah, I'll go with the admin intelligence. Zero. Intelligence.
Oh, forget. Do you need assistance rolling, or are you all good?
It just takes me a little bit.
Okay.
And that is pretty bad. I'm actually going to use my expert reroll here.
Okay, go ahead.
Once again, we got a lot of experts.
You do. I found it amusing that you've got 3 experts, 2 warriors, and only 1 adventurer this time.
Of course, last time it was like 5 experts, though, right? That's what we ended up with.
Yes. Yep.
Expert is all well and good, but gun.
Gun. Exactly. Yeah, that's 119 has sufficient clearance and recollection of these systems. 119 has a familiarity with every system here. He's been here before and has handled this ship before, and is able to fairly easily diagnose that external comms are both damaged in their power trunk, meaning that there's going to need to be some actual repair work done, physical repair work, and they also need power. While external sensors are a fairly high priority, life support still takes higher priority than anything else, and your ship has determined that all those additional power generators and stuff for life support are only for life support. That has been your ship's prognosis decision, and it's going to take some fiddling around to actually adjust that.
And I'm not exactly chopped up for it.
Well,
So
that kind of fiddling of power generation and tools can be done with a knowledge of the system, or it can be hacked. So that's something that you could do with programming or hack.
I can't
With
solve
program or admin.
I can't solve the fix issue.
You can't solve the fix issue. That is true.
Yep. So there's nothing to be done except wait to see if I can get that resolved. But there.
Yeah. 800 arrives fairly shortly after 119 has gotten through the various admin and captain menus. I'm assuming that the 119 relays what he's found.
Yeah, just kind of it's all scrapped.
Recurring theme.
Ignoring.
The armory was empty completely.
And
Kind
things
of
are
wondering why
no
they
better
even
here.
left us here. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, and things are no better here.
800 just says, I'm kind of wondering why we were left here to begin with. I mean, if they're going to take everything, why not take? And then it kind of points between the two of us, everything.
Who knows? Scapegoat us? We're on
What?
we're on a pirate ship. Maybe everyone else turned tail and left.
Yeah, that's not a comforting thought, is it?
Not
Do
much
you mind
else
if I
to do
see the
but
panel?
have at it.
Yeah. As 800 accesses the panels here, would seem that being identified as simply officer is understating things. 800 has near XO levels of access. As 800 is navigating, 800 might not recognize this, but 119 definitely recognizes that there are functions that are not grayed out, which should be Captain or XO only. It's unclear if that's going to apply to everyone, but it at least gives indication that 800 had I'm going to leave it at deeper than expected access into ship systems. And so, what is 800 looking for?
I guess I want to maybe try and reiterate the same thing that 119 was trying to do, like figure out what our position is relative in space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she comes to the same conclusion that without functional external sensors, your ship's not giving you any data. There's just nothing to find. And you know, because windows on ships are terrible, there are no windows you can just look out.
Yeah.
They're in the airlocks, but
I figured as much it was gonna be the same, but always worth a second pass.
Now there's a question. Are there any computer screens that like try to mimic Windows that are obviously turned off?
Yes, there are.
Okay, cool.
That's the case on most starships. The reason that so much sci-fi media in this future has bridges that look like they're at the front and top of the ship and have windows looking out is because most starship bridges, especially even military ships, have bridges that have displays that look like they're at the front and top of the ship and are looking out through a window into space. Background, there have been some psychological studies in this universe. I'm not trying to say that this is real, that have promoted a higher morale among crew when they think that they're looking out into space and can see where they're going.
Because human brain dumb.
Human brain is still very stuck on stand on big rock and look at sky.
Village psychology graduate can confirm human brain is still basically in the Stone Age.
Yeah. Is there anything else that 119 and 800 want to look at on the bridge?
Does this issue seem like it could be repaired locally here, or would it have to be somewhere else?
I'll give it to Nox on that 9, so you don't need to roll anything. Yeah, there appears to have been some damage. It's not on the bridge, but it's nearby. For expedience, I'll simply say that when they were drilling through and cutting open the door through here, they actually tripped some kind of override that for whatever inscrutable reason is preventing the internal comms from functioning. Or were you asking about the sensors?
Me?
Yes. Sorry,
I wasn't asking about anything in particular, just like any damage here that could be repaired.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yeah. There's a considerable damage here that could be repaired. Going over some highlights. You recognize first off that your black box has been taken. You know where that's supposed to be, and you see the hole in that space. You have no black box, and without a black box, you generally don't have rudders, or any travel history.
That's bad.
To circle back to the comms, you said that it could be they tripped something, but it could be repaired, right?
Yeah.
Is there the adequate tools here to make that repair, or no?
Actually, I think I had sec. I had crossed my own wires, but I'll go ahead and put this up anyways. There aren't adequate tools here to effect repairs. You'll definitely need a toolkit, and no, toolkit was not left behind.
Gotcha. Okay. Just want to get all the information I can.
I'm adding the internal comms to what I should now pin, I suppose, since it's scrolling. See? Oh yeah, pin it. And then I hate the pin message. I don't need a message in chat saying that I pinned a message in chat.
Hmm.
Let's pop back over to 579 and 180 in engineering.
Yeah, speaking of tools, are there tools here? That got me thinking.
Roll me a. This is going to be a wisdom fix check.
Oh.
Um, 180 while that's being rolled. I got my wires crossed because I was thinking ahead to this swap here, and that is what 180 determines, is that the internal comms are non-functional. They require power and repair.
Okay.
And currently, power is the issue with life support, right?
Yeah.
To the second priority.
Mm-hmm. Because right now, life support is the only power that is being generated on the whole ship. Your fix and wisdom there is a 7. Have you already used your expert reroll, or do you want to use it?
I have not. I think I probably should use it.
That's up to you. I'm not trying to goad you there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's per scene, right? Yeah,
It is per scene, yeah.
I think it's worth it. Unless, I mean, this is for finding tools, right? That seems like pretty important, so I think I'm going to reroll that.
Sounds important.
Oh, crap. That was strength. That's the same number.
Okay.
+1.
It's an improvement.
Yep. And for new players to me, I will tell you if you don't need to reroll. You can choose to reroll your skill checks after I've told you whether it's going to succeed or not. And even sometimes if, because I don't always do binary success fail. I'd probably say I don't do binary more frequently than I do. So even if it's in one of those strange this works but cases, you can still re-roll even after I've given you what the results of your roll would be, just as long as we haven't moved, past that. Past that. And here, your fix and your strong wisdom are able to cobble together an effective toolkit. It's not a toolkit, but it can be effectively used as a toolkit from the bits and pieces around, a wrench left here, or something that will functionally serve as a hammer. You're lacking the more detailed and sophisticated tools, but this will make do.
Yeah. I wouldn't be proud of it, but it'll do in a pinch.
Mm-hmm.
And we are in a very tight pinch.
And it's good enough that you could start. You could use it to salvage or not salvage. What's the right word? It's basically
Patch up. Patch up.
Jerry rig?
I'm trying to say take parts from take components from one thing and use them to fix another. So
Cannibalize?
Oh, yeah.
cannibalize. That is what I'm looking for. Gee, and the word cannibal even came up earlier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, you can use this to cannibalize components, systems and components that you don't need to generate spare parts sufficient to repair things you do feel like you need. And that's where that estimated repairs estimated at 500 comes in. That is 500 credits worth, which would be effectively 10 spare parts. And if you don't have anything that you're jumping on immediately with that thought, let me move over to
Sure. Did you have this posted? Something about this posted?
yeah, I've got I've got a running post in discussion.
Oh wow! I saw the newer messages. I just didn't even pay attention to that.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
I initially started posting new information as new messages, and I didn't like how that was scattering it all over the place.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning it, and I was like, I just didn't even look where it was. Anywho.
No worries. All right. 808 and 872 on their way to personal quarters.
Yeah, I'm taking the lead on this one because we're heading to my quarters. Because if anyone's got like a hidden weapon in their quarters, it's the gunnery officer, surely.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Right? Okay.
Yep.
Give me a
What can,
moment
what, can I
here.
say, what can I say? I'm a gunner. You wouldn't catch me without. I'm paranoid enough that you wouldn't catch me without a gun in any conceivable circumstance.
Nope, that makes a lot of sense.
Which is
And
probably why this whole thing is bugging me as much as.
Why were you in that pod without a gun if you're a gun nut?
That is the thing that's bugging me.
It's an excellent question.
Just not alone.
But yeah, so do we arrive there without incident, or do we find the first space monster on the ship?
sorry, I couldn't catch that. Can you repeat?
Oh, sure. I said, do we arrive without incident, or do we find the first space monster on the ship?
I'm getting caught up on the first part of that. Do we have eyes without instant?
Do we
Do
arrive?
we arrive without incident? Sorry.
Oh. Well, I'm not sure, but you do find your quarters.
Okay, that's good.
And from the outside, as you're approaching along the hallway, they don't appear to have suffered the same level of damage as other parts of the ship. You noticed this as you were passing by the barracks also. Barracks rooms were open and looked like various lockers were pried open, but and everything taken from them. But that's all fairly easy access. Anyone could with a crowbar could have done that. The quarters that you've gotten to are they show signs of attempted crowbarring and crowbarring that was given up.
Okay.
So the doors. So nothing was taken from them, or the doors weren't open.
The doors weren't opened. It's going to require internal comms working before you can actually get these doors open. However.
Ah, god damn it. Still, this is a good sign. I will lead the way to what muscle memory presumably will tell me is my door. How's it looking?
Yeah, it's closed. Your door doesn't even show signs of any attempted crowbarring. Looks like that they just gave up.
What what is the ventilation like here? I'm gonna see if we can pull a little mini heist. If the crawl space and the ventilation is big enough for my small frame.
Knox, we're getting a little bit of noise there.
I think Knox stated that they were AFK.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Sorry, I thought it was muted.
Yeah, it does look like there's ventilation throughout the ship. It would take a bit of work to get into a room, but you could certainly give that a try. You're not positive that, well, it's reasonable that if you see a vent, it's going to generally be a quick shot to, a nearby room. What you're not certain about is, being a military ship, does it have basically barricades within the vents to prevent someone from doing exactly what you want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Only one way to find out.
There's only one way to find
I
out.
mean, I would have assumed that it would, and also that they probably, if they could have, they would have made too many. They would have made as many of the vents as they could narrow to, or too narrow for an average person. But hey, it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
I'm too big to fit though. Do you want to? Do you want to try?
Give me a boost.
Sure. I will provide boost.
All right. Well,
If
let's go
he-
ahead and get a exert strength from 872 or exert con, as
Okay.
trying to keep 808 steady so that he can work on the vent.
Okay. Both of those are crap, so I'll just go with strength.
All I've got is a kitchen knife to get this thing open.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You've
Use
got
a
a
kitchen knife as a screwdriver, right?
Oh,
you've got a kitchen
This
knife
week-
and a +1.
a huge knife, a +1, and stable footing.
Yes. So how does 808 want to go about trying to use this kitchen knife? Is he trying to be violent or aggressive with it, or is he trying to use some fix?
I'm going to attempt to finesse it open. If there's like latches on the inside that need to be like I can just slide the knife in and hit the latches, or if there's a screw, and
Yeah.
I could put the knife in and twist it awkwardly for a minute or two. If that fails, then I will attempt to just pry this thing open.
So go ahead and give me then a sneak or fix with dexterity and a +1.
All right.
And if you're new to Roll20, when you get a plus to thing, do not actually include the plus in the box.
Oh, I think I did that as a modifier.
Maybe they fixed that. There was a bug where if in that modifier box, if you typed +1, it would parse the formula as 2d6 plus 1, and it didn't know what to do with a plus. So it just.
I just put the number 1. I didn't put a plus in there.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So the bug could still be well and truly alive.
Yes, it could be a roach crawling around the Roll20 systems. Unfortunately, that is not moving things as quickly as you would like. 808 can see that there's a that there is a internal release latch. Mostly for system maintenance and vent engineers. It's made to be accessible from the inside, and you're not inside, so it's been very difficult.
All right. Well,
How you doing up there?
need more time.
A72 is providing some wonderful support here.
I'll attempt to pry the vents larger, as like stick the knife in and turn it to the side, and
Okay.
squint as the edge invariably gets dulled or even bent potentially, but push it in there, bend it open a little more so I can get better access.
Yeah, and go ahead and give me a strength stab. This is all about knowing the flexibility of different weapons, even weapons that aren't intended as weapons, aren't tempered as weapons, and how much you can push it and what you can do with it.
That doesn't have a +1 unless if you wanted a +1 there as well. But.
No, because Things are getting a little bit tiring, but that makes
Sure.
it anyways. You do get this vent open.
Nice.
Um,
I will.
Yes, good job. Do you
All
need
right.
more of a boost, or can you do you think you can reach?
I will scramble on up. I think
yeah, you can get up there easy enough. And you squeeze in. It is a tight fit, even for your small frame. And there are security features in these vents. You run right into one of them, but you also are able to see into which room were you trying to get into? 872 or 808?
I'm attempting to get into mine first.
Oh man, it looks beautiful down there. Everything is neat. It's where it should be. And there is a rack of wonderful weapons
Ooh.
just out of not out of view, but just at the edge of what you can see.
But there is no way to proceed with my current tools and skill set.
You would be able to. It's just going to take a lot longer, and you will end up breaking the knife. I mean, obviously not too terrible once you get into the room.
Mhm.
So yes, you could proceed. It would take 808 quite a lot of time trying to work at this the security grating before even getting to the grate that looks down, the vent that looks down into his room. Um, how much time it takes is going to depend on really him and his persistence.
All right. I'll go back to the opening. Bring tools, and then I'll go back.
Okay.
Wait, hold up. Did you see it in my room?
Oh, give me a second, and I will crawl to the other side and look in his room.
You can't make it directly to his room, but you can repeat the same process if you want to. So it's going to be a different vent. You know about how to
right. Okay.
get the vent open. I'm not going to make you re-roll. It's just going to take, you standing on shoulders and working at the vent again.
Sure.
Okay.
I thought it was my room that we were looking at the vent into, but maybe I got confused.
No, he had gone to his own room.
Okay.
With the hopes that there weren't security grates preventing him from getting to your room also.
Mm-hmm.
But military ship of this caliber, it's no surprise that it's secured up there. I mean, this isn't going to prevent somebody, as you've seen, from getting into the vents and getting where they want. It's just intended to slow them down.
Yeah. No, it's just I thought I had led us to my room, but if not, that's fine. Yeah. So I will say to 808, are you staying up there trying to break through?
No. Let's take a look at yours. That's fine.
Okay. No, I was just gonna go scrape around. If you're staying up there, I can go scrape around the barracks and see if there's anything left behind.
Well, if you can find me a few tools that are slightly more tool-like than this thing, and I wave the knife, I can get this open and probably the other one open as well. It'll just take time.
Yeah, I'll try. Sit tight. And I would like to head to the barracks and look around for basically something that could substitute as tools or just anything useful that's been left, if there's anything.
Okay.
Unlikely, given that everything else seems to have been looted, but we will see.
How open is 872 to makeshift jerry-rigged tools? I guess the question is 872 only looking for things that are actual tools, or will he scavenge things that can work as tools?
I'm not proud. I'm happy to scavenge.
All right. So go ahead and roll me fix wisdom.
Okay. Wisdom. Mm.
That
That's
is not going to net 872, anything that really works better as a tool than the knife he's already using and blunted.
Well, I was gonna say like it'd be nice to keep the knife sharp, but if it's already blunted, then actually no. You know what? I'll grab a couple of like replacement odds and ends that could have theoretically functioned instead of the knife,
Okay.
and just bring them back, like because it can't hurt to have more, right?
No, that's fine.
And just bring them back and pass them up. Like that's just the best I can find. I'm afraid.
Okay. I'm gonna pan the camera over to let's see. Let's go back to engineering here. You guys have spent some time assessing the state of the ship and the systems within it. You've gathered a bit better of an idea of what can be repaired, what can be cannibalized, and what can supply power.
Okay.
Let me actually. I'm gonna give you the rest of this information here because between 800 and 119 on the bridge and 180 and 579 in engineering, I think you would have gotten the rest of this. Give me just 1 second. I'm actually going to delete my pinned message and just make a new one. All right. Of course, I have to make sure it looks nice. While I'm doing this, give me something from 579 and 180. What's the conversation in engineering sound like right now?
I don't think 180 would be starting a conversation. So
Okay.
unless there's some information that she needs to convey, or a conversation is started from the other side.
I've been muted.
Oh no.
Oh God.
That explains so many things now. No, 579 is just like, hey kid, you think you got any theories? What's going on here? So I'm I guess tinkering
seems
away.
Everything's got stripped. As far as I can see, life support's the only thing actually working on this thing.
Right, seems weird to just like strip everything. I mean, if this is a working ship, why don't they just take the ship?
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't working.
Wow. Presumably, like it seems like all like it should like with all the damage that we've seen, like the recent scrapping, it should have been a working ship, right, when that happened.
Well, it's hard to
Well,
tell
before any
exactly
of it,
when
yeah.
the scrapping occurred, though. You don't know exactly when the scrapping occurred.
Okay.
You guys,
Yeah. Okay.
you know, could have been floating along in a non-functional pre-tech military warship for some reason. You know.
Yeah. No, that's fair, and also defeating the purpose of asking you to ask you questions when you're trying to buy time.
Yep. Nope. I'm done buying time. If you, I was just enjoying the conversation.
I mean, I'm at like overall like Fuzzo and I is probably like just chatting at 180 every now and then. A response to no. Like just spitting out crazy ideas.
Yeah, and once the conversation's going, yeah, there'll definitely be responses, and other ideas thrown back at you and so on.
All right, so just crazy conspiracies going around.
Yeah.
Well, there's your damage report. There's enough power to access these individual systems in bridge individually and in engineering individually, without affecting life support.
And you mentioned I could get essentially 500 credits worth of scrap from non-essential stuff for
Yes,
some
you could.
repairs.
Mhm.
All right, which is enough to repair internal comms. And presumably that's a low power system. That's even if we're drawing from the power that life support's using would be a significant drop. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it would reduce your total available life support, but not significantly.
Yeah, and I'd like to think that would help us coordinate better, such that it would be worth the cost.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be my priority. Is since I think I've got the parts for it.
Okay. I'm gonna flip over to the bridge just real quick because I know that 800 was also thinking of trying to repair that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Not that we know that. We're just working independently at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 180. Go ahead and roll me a quick little fix check there with intelligence. This is not quick.
And hopefully it won't be little either.
What has happened, Meowkin?
Oh, sorry, you said
I said the wrong
579?
number. Anyways, yeah, 579.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry,
That was on
Fixent.
me. My bad.
You say Fixent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to cannibalize systems. You'll obviously need to repair those later, but you can get yourself parts that you think will be needed to repair whatever blockage is occurring with the internal comms. Does 180, you do have to go outside of engineering for this. Does 180 accompany 579?
If it's comm stuff, yeah.
Okay. Then 180, 579, and 800 meet up where 800, just by kind of dint of familiarity with the ship and access to systems, has arrived at the site where oh, I said the bridge door, didn't I? Yeah, are inspecting the bridge door where their efforts to get in just crushed something that was vital to the internal comm system.
Tisk.
So 119 is also there because, bridge. It's almost like a reunion.
A reunion where you don't remember anyone.
Is there any chatter as you meet back up with each other, or is 579 just to start getting to work?
I think 579 is just gonna get to work.
I think I'd definitely be asking, like, whether the people on the bridge actually found anything or not. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got names yet?
Did not find any names, no.
Mhm.
At least you have some sort of like designation, right?
Yeah, engineer, but
Yeah. Engineer, comm, Commanding officer.
Those are terrible names.
They are, but they're better than no names.
I mean, you can probably name yourself whatever you wanted. Not like any of us would be able to correct you otherwise.
True. I'm assuming we're going to find someone, though. Can't have somebody with no record, surely.
But I just ain't really.
Fix whatever's keeping us out of it.
Don't usually have to think of a name for yourself that often.
But if I just say names, and then maybe you'll feel particularly attached to one.
I just start running through names. You're like Andrew, Benjamin, Cole, Dave,
Edgar, Frank, George,
Yeah.
Hank.
Oh no, you're gonna make me pull up my documents to see what their actual names are.
Did you say it? Yeah. Yeah. It feels like there's a lot of names, and we're very unlikely to try the right one.
and Jesse.
James.
Just how long? See, Rocket Plastic off at the speed of light.
I was going to say, Dexter, alright, Dave is getting 20 familiarity, and we hear Jesse and James say in such quick succession.
Well, I'm going to pull a GM escape move and say that after so many names are rattled, they all seem unfamiliar, and it's just one long string of no. It's just the dulling of the names.
Mm-hmm.
Even if your name has been said, it's just part of the sea.
Yeah.
Well, 579 still gonna try every now. It's just gonna
Yeah.
try calling out a name every now and then. Just going for it until we know names.
We
But
can
not
always
like all
go by
back
the
to back,
numbers,
but just
right?
Well,
yeah. I guess those are the numbers on the stasis pods, right?
probably viral. Well, soon enough, with some confirmations, some help and confirmation from 180 at the comms station on the bridge, you're able to repair the blockage in the internal comms and supply a little bit of external power, just enough for 180 to confirm that it is working. Now it just needs consistent power. And that's also not difficult to do. Like I said, in fiction, yes, it is reducing your life support. In mechanics, it's too small. I'm not accounting for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're able to get internal comms functional.
So over the over the intercom, testing, 1, 2, 3. I presume there's an intercom throughout the ship, or is that a separate system?
No, that is the internal comms. So 808 and 872 both
Hello.
hear the comms blare to life. And when this happens, is 808 still hanging out up in that vent?
Most definitely.
Then
Get stuck in there.
as 872 comes back with with some replacement, not quite tools but adequate, 872, your door opens.
Yeah, I will drop the armful of tools that I've collected and bolt to my door. And I assume there's some sort of like. I feel like there's probably, because it's internal quarters for an officer, there's probably some sort of like password lock on it, but I've also probably opened it enough that muscle memory tells me what the code is.
Yeah, I should say that it doesn't just open because he walks by. You're right. But it does greet and acknowledge him. And 808 hears that from the door, and then, yeah, real quick, tapping at the pad, and 808 from
What
within
does
the
it
vent
acknowledge me
above.
as?
Is it just all biometrics or?
It's mostly it's mostly biometrics. Sorry, this is not character knowledge. 872's is not all biometrics. 872's is biometrics and password. Everyone else is just biometrics.
Paranoid.
Yeah. Honestly, that realization makes me even more hopeful that there's some fucking heavy ordnance stored in here. Or maybe not heavy ordnance, but you know what I mean. But yeah, when I pop it open, Dexter, you said it like acknowledges me as I'm coming in. Does it just say gunnery officer or?
It does. It is still
Damn it!
preserving and safeguarding your anonymity.
Damn it! Okay.
Good job, us.
Go team. But yeah, so I will pop that door open. How does my room look?
All right. Well, your room 872 is a goddamn mess. There are clothes strewn about. Bed is unmade. There's hair shavings collected around the rim of the bathroom sink. Some of them appear to have fused themselves with the metal. And secured on the desk and wall above it are several guns. Got 6 boxes.
Perfect. Nobody's been in.
your desk drawers, instead of a diary or a Bible or whatever spacefarers take around, contains boxes of ammo.
Yes.
There's also a magnetic photo frame on the desk, lying face down.
A magnetic what frame?
Photo frame.
A photo frame. Okay.
I'm assuming that the 808 looks at that eventually. Maybe not immediately because guns, but eventually, just so I can get the description out now.
It still stuck up in a vent.
Yeah.
That frame contains a picture of an attractive brunette standing against a snowy wooded backdrop.
I'm the attractive brunette standing against a snowy wooded backdrop.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, is the attractive brunette me?
Yeah. So 808. Clamber down and enter your room?
I guess not.
Oh, sorry. I think I misunderstood you again. Can you repeat again?
Okay. No, I said, like, you said, I was just making a joke. You said that there is an attractive brunette against a snowy wooded backdrop. 872 is a brunette, so I was saying, am I the attractive brunette?
Oh,
oh that's true. You didn't specify,
Yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah,
I misheard you. No, this is definitely someone else. Even if, unless there was extensive reconstructive, surgery and genetic therapy, which is available. It's possible that this brunette woman is you. But it would be extensive. Their facial structure, eyes, everything is different enough that it probably wasn't you.
Okay. Does she look familiar at all?
She does look familiar. There's a familiar feeling to seeing that woman there. And to it lying face down on a desk.
Okay, so I was used to having this photo turned face down. I wonder why. Okay, I'll pocket the photo frame. That is a thing to think about later. Right now, I have a more important concern, as I'm sure you can imagine. What
Right.
sort of guns? What sort of guns do I have in my room? Like, just as a brief, can you give me a brief inventory of what I was keeping here?
Well, yeah, there's a laser rifle. There's 2 laser rifles. There's a combat rifle there too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a spike thrower and a thunder gun.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Thunder gun.
Okay. And is there ammo for everything?
There's ammo for. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry. There are also energy cells, power cells for the gun, which you guys could also use for energy needs.
Nice, nice.
They are only Type 8 cells, so they're limited in what they can
Mhm.
provide.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so laser rifles. So 2 laser rifles, a spike thrower, a thunder gun, and what else did you say?
6 boxes of ammo, and
No, you mentioned 5 guns, 2 laser rifles,
combat rifle.
a spike thrower. Okay, wait, combat rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine my eyes are immediately drawn to the thunder gun, and I'll go straight for that.
Yeah. It even has a name engraved on it.
What's it
I was
called?
gonna ask it there.
BFG.
Yeah, I will holster the thunder gun, and something about it just feels right. Like there's nobody there at the moment to see it, but just a little spark of life returns to 87 to his eyes, and he just like some invisible tension that even he didn't realize was in his stance just relaxes because I have a big fucking gun. Everything's going to be okay.
No, that stands for Big Fun Gun.
Obviously, I have a big fun gun. Everything's gonna be okay.
As 872 has taken this off the wall and just enjoyed the feeling of it, he eventually does notice that there was a yellow sticky note that fell down onto his desk.
Ah, is it my? Would I recognize my own handwriting? And if so, is this my handwriting?
This doesn't look like your own handwriting.
Okay.
It hard to describe it. It looks like it could be feminine, but that there's some men with feminine handwriting, and that's
Yeah.
not a very good descriptive. It's a little bit more flowy, I guess I would say instead, but also sharp, and in all caps, it says, "Do not fire on the ship again."
Again.
Again. Yeah, that again is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and in fairness, like I feel like I would probably have enough firearms knowledge that when I read that, I would recognize. Yeah, sonic waves, internal ship damage. Yeah, no, good idea.
Yes, it is a very, very bad gun to fire inside of that.
Yeah, which then leads me to wonder. But why is this like? I would have known better. Surely I would have known better than to fire this inside a spaceship. So why does this say again? Huh. I'll table that thought for now. And I will. Oh. Would I be able to holster a laser rifle across my back as well, like either crossed over or parallel to the thunder gun?
Yeah. Your room has enough harnesses that you can carry what you want here. You can carry all 5 guns if you want to.
It's really awkward, but
I feel like I will probably I feel like I'll probably share them out among anyone who professes their ability to use a gun. But yeah, in that case, I'm going to load the hell up. And I'm also, while I'm here, I'm also going to see, like, scout around my room and see if there's anything else of interest apart from the guns and the picture frame.
And nothing else of note, although I will throw in that on considering the idea of handing out these weapons, there's a little bit of reluctance attached to that combat rifle. It is literally just a TL3 combat rifle. It's seen its share of work. It's well maintained, but there's some spot of reluctance in the idea of that being held, used, or in the care of someone else.
Okay.
Also with the thunder gun, but that's for different
obviously.
reasons.
Yes. Yeah. Oh no. I recognize that a thunder gun is very advanced gun technology. Nobody else is laying a finger on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like the Spike Thor and the laser guns. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll just scout around and load up.
Let me jump to 808 real quick here. I'm assuming that 808 does clamber down from the vent and enter his own room. Again, only biometric unlocking is necessary for his room. And it's as I described. It's very neat. It's pretty much the exact opposite of 872. Where 872 had guns on the wall, you've got a very ritualistic display of melee weapons. There is a bow. It also looks both ceremonial and functional. It's actually a conversion bow.
Okay, conversion.
Yep. But that's the only ranged weapon in your room. The rest are clearly katana, tantos, and other melee weapons, martial weapons of various Eastern martial arts styles.
I would close the door after me and just look over everything and take it all in for what feels familiar. See if there's any correspondence, perhaps. See if there's any engravings on any of the weapons that would spark a memory, or if there's any notes left. If there's some sort of device that would have messages on it that would give me some indication to who I was, something along that nature.
Okay. There are engravings on weapons, but they seem ceremonial. There is a name. There's the name. Yeah, let me make sure I'm. Yeah. The name Tajima.
Is that on one of the weapons?
Yes. That feels familiar as a last name in Sengoku.
Okay.
And hang on real quick. No, there is a compound, but nothing of any actual significance on it. No messages with other people. It actually looks like it was probably scrubbed or cleaned out before being left in here.
Interesting. What about clothes besides this jumpsuit?
Yeah, there's clothes available for both 872 and 808 to change into. 872 merely needs to pick something up off the floor. 808 has to open a closet.
I'll change. Are there just for my own mind and my own inventory, is there like TL0 backpacks in here as well, or any backpacks at all?
Yeah, we'll say that you guys get TL0 backpacks. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Or not TL0. TL4.
TL4. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the good
I
kinds.
will grab one of those. I will. What kind of clothes, if you don't mind me asking, are
So-
in my wardrobe? Is it like very ceremonial, flowy robe kind of stuff? Is it more tactical?
It's a combination
suits?
of both. It is ceremonial. Not all of it is flowy robes. More of it is like martial. And considering that parts of clothing can be grabbed in martial in melee combat.
Mhm.
And so it includes that. There's also just plain old black shirts and leather pants and um, just normal clothes. The color range for 808 is very specific, however. There's a lot of black and red with a little bit of gold in the more ceremonial stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll change into some very basic stuff for now. Black t-shirt, and yeah, if there is something other than leather pants, perhaps I'll wear those. And grab whatever sword seems least ceremonial. And the
Least what?
least ceremonial, so
Okay.
nothing that
Most
would.
functional.
Yeah. And I'll leave it at that. I'll leave the conversion door where it is, and then I'll head back out.
Okay.
And I'll keep the knife with me if it's still functional.
I mean, you could beat a cucumber into slices with it.
Perfect. Maybe I'll get it. It's a keepsake now, so maybe I'll get it sharpened later on.
Okay. We're at 2 o'clock. I would normally have taken a break about an hour ago, but we were in the middle of something, and I did want to keep going. So let me ask: Does anybody feel a need? Do we need a break, or do you guys want to push to the end of the session?
I was actually going to ask, how long are we planning on having the session run for again?
So whether you get to where I'd anticipated or not, will end about 5 to 15 minutes before 3 o'clock Pacific. So that's about an hour away.
Okay. Okay, no, I'm fine sticking to it.
Okay.
I'm also fine without a break.
All right. Let me ask it more directly. Does anybody want a break? Nope. All right. Let's keep going. Oh, sorry. Did I cut someone off?
Oh, I said I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
All right. Over in Bridge, you can see that both 872 and 808 rooms have been accessed.
Okay. Are the internal comms, would they have a way of responding from where they are?
Mhm.
Okay. I'll send another message down, like, testing again, internal comms, respond if you hear this.
They have both been very preoccupied with their weapons.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
That's great.
I'll give it a few minutes after the initial transmission, but then send that. And, I do want to test both ways.
I find it so perfect that those two were paired up at the time that you got the comms working, and they're both just like, I'm not responding to that. Not yet.
I'm like, can we please get confirmation these are working?
I'll just
Oh, yeah.
respond.
Sorry.
Probably, I guess both of us at the same time, maybe. I'll just respond confirmed.
Confirmed. I found guns.
We
Okay.
need guns.
I mean, better to have them and not need them than not have them and need them.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I'm not even going to, like, out of character, 872 isn't even going to dignify that with a response. Like, he's probably just sort of, I am not sure if the comms pick that up or not, but
I imagine it's a push-to-talk system normally.
I'll leave that to individual discretion. It can be either a toggle or push to talk.
Yeah, I imagine. I guess it's really just be however they set it up in their room if they're talking from their room.
Yeah.
It would also
Yeah,
mean that at least some of the personal quarters went unaggrieved, so it might be worth checking out.
True, yeah.
Yeah. Reckon we should.
Yeah, the barracks got,
It sounds like there's
From
presents
what-
waiting for all of us.
from what I saw, the barracks mostly got opened up, but there was still some debris lying about. Some of the rooms, it looks like they tried to break into, or whoever it was, tried to break into, but didn't have much luck. But some of the rooms were just untouched, like us.
I say, well, they
But
certainly.
look,
But presumably the doors to our rooms are not quite as secure as the bridge door, which has been just like I guess they felt like they had somewhere more important to be. As I look at the damage on the bridge door.
Yeah, that is a very safe assumption. No, the doors into the rooms are more secure than the doors into the barracks. But the damage that you've seen elsewhere in the ship, if they had pressed, they could have gotten into these rooms. There
Which
was
suggests that they
something of
had-
major importance in the bridge.
Yeah, like maybe the black box.
Yep.
Anyway, it sounds like we should all go open our rooms and see what sort of Christmas presents we left ourselves.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Well, who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll head off. I don't know how exactly this will interact with the focus thing, but I will head off, and I'm not specifically heading for like my quarters. I'm heading for the place where I would sleep. May or may not be the same place, but that's up to you.
Okay.
Follow our gut.
Well, heading off to the place that feels comfortable for home is actually those a quarters among the same group of with everyone else.
Okay.
And inside, 180 finds a hodgepodge of clothes. Most of them patterned and all of them patched in some way or another, that are hanging in the closet and lying across the bed. Not as bad as 872's room, but still bears signs of a messy teenager. 872 has no excuses.
Yep.
I do have an excuse. I have higher priorities than like tidying and personal hygiene.
Yeah. I mean, it does say something that 872's room, the clothes are all over the floor, the guns are neatly on the rack.
I was gonna say the gun rack and the ammo stores are immaculate and perfectly organized. So clearly I'm capable. I just have my priorities in order.
Yep.
There are knickknacks and some physical-based puzzles.
Yep.
I don't know if you're familiar with those, the little puzzles that you have to jiggle and rotate and those little things.
Puzzle boxes.
Puzzle boxes, yes. All of them in their solved state are scattered across the floor near the desk. On the desk, a single metallic rod rests wedged between a graphite pencil and an eraser. like an actual number 2 type pencil and a pink rubber eraser.
Okay.
In the center desk. Oh, in the center desk drawer. I'm obviously reading from notes here. Is a genetically locked data pad or data slab.
Okay. Okay. I definitely going to look at that.
It opens up for you. It happens to be locked to you.
As expected.
Unfortunately, there's no identifying information on this either. The the data slab,
or is it just all anonymous?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it just blank or is it all anonymous?
It just doesn't have any identifying information. Like it's just a tablet that has a file on it, a single file named readme.txt in a folder named tube.
Okay, I will read the readme.
All right. The readme.txt is actually a video of a very strange
I'm silently cursing whoever made this file.
a very strange video starts playing across it that seems to be named Cats. You have on a data slab a video of the 1980 Broadway musical Cats.
And it's called readme.txt.
Yes, in a folder named Tube.
Okay. I'll skip through the video a bit and make sure it's that all the way through, but yeah, okay.
Roll me. Let's go ahead and do a program for this. Not that 180 is trying to program anything. This is more of a luck check.
But it's
and use wisdom, please. Yeah.
With wisdom, doesn't make a difference yet.
Okay.
Ooh.
So just by pure happenstance or intuition or something, 180 finds scrolls through. The file is in good condition except a very small section of static in one part of the video. Looks like the cats are about to start singing a song and then static. And when the static ends, they've stopped singing and moved on.
I'm going to look at that bit of the file as text. Does that part of the file interpreted as text rather than video do anything special?
That is going to take some time, but feels like something that 180 would be able to do. You want to roll me another program, this time with int, to see how long that takes?
Okay. Yeah. Another 9.
Okay. That's still going to take a little bit of time, so let's jump into somebody else's room. Phrasing, but who'd like to go next?
You can do 579.
All right. 579. Hang on. 579. Finds that his room is it's kind of middle of the road. It's not clean. It's not messy, but it's not terribly organized, I think I would say. Items of note in here are 1, a pre-tech toolkit.
Ooh.
And a meta tool, data slab. Again, no identifying information on the data slab. And excuse me, and a guitar, surrounded by old-timey pictures of, well, they look like musicians from their dress and garb, and their dress and garb is not terribly dissimilar to 579's. Which is just kind of understated and clothes. Nothing particularly unusual about his dress.
Well, so if I try to pick up the guitar, try playing something,
Oh, it's natural.
just yeah. Anything I know the words to?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gotta be a weird experience to play something like in like the words. Yeah, that'd be a weird experience.
Yeah. Roll
gotta
me
try. Very good.
perform. Perform with wisdom or
Oh.
charisma.
You know, I did think it was weird. I had perform skill. I was wondering how that would come into play. Let's see. Yeah. Charisma or wisdom? Well, wisdom, obviously. No. I gotta go with charisma. God, what have I done?
Oh dang!
Yep, you really do. Nice.
Good show.
Coming from 579's room, as everybody else is looking through theirs, and as 180 tries to find meaning in a static video, is a mournful "It wasn't me." There's a little bit of an upbeat quality to it, but only in the underlying beat. The words are those of a man who has lost friends to a terrible tragedy. Um, there are fire references throughout the song, and it takes his voice on a deep dive into Johnny Cash levels of performative emotion. This song is about somebody who lost something, lost friends in a fire, and never recovered.
That's just a real experience.
Even more surreal, perhaps, if I assume that the 579 also checks out the compad or the data slab at some point.
Yeah. After he does that.
Yeah, there's
I'll do the next
videos
step.
of him performing live with a band. Those same people that were in the pictures.
And that's not any of the people that any of the other players, right?
It's not, no.
Okay.
All right, who's next?
I suppose. Oh, we both talked at the same
Do
time.
119.
Okay. 119 has a kind of a similar vibe to 579, but in a different direction. 119 has old-timey photos. They're all of people in military pose, military gear, some kind of uniform. Not specifically the military of a nation, but in some of these may be mercenaries, but they are all presenting as orderly militarized force. And there are just lots of those photos. Oddly, his data slab and compad are also left clean of any identifying information. 579 so far has been the only one with any kind of identifying information, and that didn't even include his name. But 119 finds these pictures. His clothes are neatly organized. His bed is made with military folds, and he also has weapons in his room as well as ammo. He's got a sidearm of your choosing, as well as regular. I think they're called long arms. I'm not a military person myself, so regular TL3 or TL4 weapons from the equipment list. And I'll let you choose which weapons those are. And how many within reason. There are also multiple pairs of spectacles.
Always good to have a backup. But I'm going to say that aside from one which is clearly in active use, most of the other weapons are TL3 old style, like functional replica type guns.
That fits perfectly. All right. Let's do 800 next then.
Okay.
Your room is perhaps the most unusual. It is clean and tidy. It has clothes. It has a wide variety of clothes from Shinobu style, which 800 recognizes as Shinobu style, to Union overalls, which again 800 recognizes as these are the work overalls or work officer uniforms of a militaristic megacorp in the sector. She may not recognize specifically the name Union. I used it because it's easy for me to recall it like that. But it's a militarized and uniformed megacorp in the sector. To just casual, and your closet is a bountiful smorgasbord. The rest of your room is spotless and clean and has nothing of anything in it.
Nothing?
Mm-mm. No data
No
slab,
personal effects?
no combat,
Nothing.
no
Just
personal effects. There's not even anything that could be even remotely personal about the clothes. I mean, aside from the fact that they all fit, of course.
So, just a closet full of clothes. Gotcha.
Um, yeah. Sorry, that was 800's room is not an exciting room.
No, I was silent because I was typing up my notes. I wanted to keep track of what's in my room.
All right, who's left? Anyone?
I think that's everyone.
Okay.
I think that's everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. As this mournful song ends, 180's decryption of this static field is finished. The algorithm has come around, and on 1 second here. Hang on. I need to make sure that this is the right one.
I will say, if it turns out that the reading the source code for the Cats movie of all things at that point turns out to actually reveal something, then calling the movie readme.txt was A, genius, and B, clearly a genius with a sense of humor, given that they made it the Cats movie of all time. Like that movie's more than 1,000 years old at this point.
I'm fully expecting this is just like one of 180's old personal files just hidden away somewhere.
I wouldn't be entirely surprised.
We'll see.
Yeah, but whoever it was, they were a prankster, and given that 180 was pretty young, it is possible it's the kind of thing you might have done for yourself.
Well, we'll see what's in there.
Oh no, formatting. Why? All right, hang on. I need to figure out where the line breaks are supposed to be. 5.
Also, I love how you're leaving yourself like coded messages. Like everyone else is leaving like coded messages and videos of themselves playing in bands and stuff. And I'm just like a wall of guns.
I mean, is there any other message you need to send yourself?
Yeah, the message is, I love you, future me.
Yep.
There you go. That static does decode into words.
Huh.
For player reference, because you'll probably eventually find it, these are the lyrics to the song Memory from Cats, which is the song that was staticked out in the video.
Huh. Okay.
Hmm.
And does this look like it was deliberately put there, or is it the video has been staticked out and this is the subtitles?
No, this was that static is very deliberate. There's no way that could have just happened to occur at the perfect timestamps.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I guess there's technically it's a possibility, but oh my god, the coincidence.
Yeah, well, the coincidences. Yeah, it looks like it is.
Yeah.
These lyrics are somehow important to whoever made this file, at least. Okay. Okay.
So I forgot to pin the other thing. Let's pin that. Oh yeah, pin it.
I mean, out of character, I do feel it's also worth noting that song is called Memory.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, so I guess we reconvene in the corridors after. Actually, I mentioned that the barracks looked like they'd only somewhat, but there might be some stuff in the barracks. So should we reconvene in the barracks?
Yeah. Can I just go back a sec? The stuff that was on or in the desk, what exactly was there? I think I've missed one item.
Sure. So, oops. Oh, that's not the right paragraph. Around the desk were knickknacks and those puzzle boxes, all solved. Those are scattered around across the floor near the desk. On the desk was a single metallic rod wedged between a graphite pencil, number 2, and an eraser.
It was the metal rod. What is that?
It looks like a puzzle box, some sort of tube-based puzzle.
That file was in a folder called Tube, wasn't it?
It was.
Okay. Does that puzzle box look solved? Or does that look
does
like it?
not.
Okay. I will look at it quickly. I'm assuming this is something that I'm not going to be able to just sit here and solve in like a minute. So I will glance at it, look at it, get the information of what I can see, and then it's going to go in my pocket, and I'm going to think about it while other things happen.
Okay. Correct assumption. Fiddling with it a little bit reveals that it is of extreme complexity.
Yeah. So I'm basically like load the information of what the possible actions are right now into my brain and just think on it in the background, and maybe I'll have an idea later.
Okay. All right. Well, you've all been to your rooms, found personal effects or oddly no personal effects, and reconvene in the barracks. There are things that are of some help in the barracks, but nothing of any value, and again, nothing with any identification.
Quick point of clarification: the melee weapons I find, are they simple, advanced, medium, large, small?
Oh, they are a combination of small and medium. There's no large, and
Okay.
they are all advanced.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I shouldn't say that there are no large, because there would be a naginata or spear-like weapon in there too. So the answer to your question is yes.
Nice.
You,
Okay, so whenever one meets up, I will unholster I'll unholster one of the laser rifles, and I will say, okay, did anyone else find anything interesting in the rooms?
Not really.
No? Oh, weird.
I found. I mean, it feels like a puzzle. I mean, I guess it is a puzzle and an associated, or possibly associated, extra bit. But I just pull up my data pad, pull up those lyrics, and just show everyone the lyrics.
119. You recognize that? That's from a 1980 Broadway musical named Cats.
I suppose the early Earth guns match my other knowledge then. Most of what I have is old tech weaponry.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I found something a little bit more modern. Does anyone who... Oh, and I'll turn to 808 and I'll say, I see you found some stuff as well. Does anybody who did anybody else find weapons, or is it just us three?
Got tools of the trade.
All I had were a bunch of clothes.
That's...
Oddly.
Well, if you didn't... I'll pause for a moment and then say, okay, well, if you didn't find any weapons, I do want these back, but... And I'll, unclip the holsters for the 2 laser rifles and the spike thrower. And I'll just, sort of sling them around in my arms and say, if anyone, obviously not pointing at anyone, I'm sort of carrying them like a bundle of firewood, basically.
Are you?
I mean, carrying them.
Are you offering a teenager a gun?
Yeah,
We don't
given
actually
that-
technically know that I'm a teenager yet, but
Well,
She
Probably
looks so
obviously
young.
yeah,
technically we
fine,
don't know it.
fine,
But
I'll,
it's
I'll
probably
just
obvious.
phrase it as you offering a kid a gun. Is that better?
Yeah, that's fair.
either way, 872's response is the same. It's just, well, yeah. I mean, we're okay. She's a kid, but at the same time, we need all hands on deck, basically.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kid,
so
do you know
far,
how
there's no
to
one
shoot
else
a
on
gun?
board. I'm not sure what a gun's gonna do for us.
Better safe than sorry. If look, do you want to have to come find me and ask for a gun if something pops up in front of you and needs shooting, or do you want to be able to shoot it straight away?
If we shoot with most of those guns, aren't we just going to poke holes through the ship?
See that
Nah.
point right there.
Nah, military grade ship. The armor's thick enough that this beauty here, and I'll just sort of like
Right,
So,
but it's got internal
indicate back
components
over
that
my
don't, like
shoulder.
get shot.
But if you hit a pressure pipe,
then don't aim for the pressure plates, genius.
how do I know where they are?
Any of y'all know where they are?
Like I say, does anyone know how to handle a gun and wants a gun but doesn't have one?
I'm fine with this. Thanks.
Okay.
Can
And you said-
just ask, what's the pocket situation on my current clothing?
Oh
Or is
my
that something
gosh.
I can determine?
180 has so many pockets. 180
Okay.
bucked the
I'm
trend in
mostly-
the opposite way.
Nice, excellent. I'm mostly wondering, do I have a pocket at the front where I can put both my hands into the same pocket?
Yep.
Okay, the puzzle box is in that pocket. I have both hands in there messing around with it. I'm not expecting to solve it right now, but it's definitely, both hands are in there and I'm poking at it.
It's turned into a fidget.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's turned into a fidget, but it's a fidget that she's thinking about actively as well, rather than just a. Yeah.
Yeah. No takers? Okay. And I will.
Shooting up the
I'll.
place.
Yeah, I will reattach the various firearms to my. Well, actually, you know what? I'll be right back then. I can't carry all these at once. And I'm going to head back to my room and you know what? Leave it with me. I'll decide for myself what I'm taking. Leave it with me for a minute.
You'll leave which weapon?
No, I'm just saying leave it with me for a minute while I decide what to take and what to leave.
Oh, gotcha. I will add some information to help with that. The lower tech, the better for internal parts. That would make the combat rifle the least dangerous, but still dangerous. The laser rifles are, just above that in terms of danger, firing inside and hitting sensitive components, melting things that shouldn't be melted.
And Thundergun is pre-tech, and that's also like designed for structural damage in the first place.
Yeah, Thunderguns are literally designed to do like massive structural damage.
Yeah.
All right. So then, what are the rest of you doing? 872 has taken his guns back to his room and is contemplating which is the best to keep around. The rest of you have comms. You've got the air is becoming fresher. It was a little bit stale at first, hard to notice coming straight out of stasis, but it's you can feel the life support doing its thing. You still don't know what's outside the ship, and you still don't have any way of maneuvering the ship.
Yeah, so we need to decide our priorities. I guess before maneuvering, we definitely need to be able to see what's there, because otherwise we could just be maneuvering into, an asteroid.
Yeah.
And then also our the whole air situation that what do y'all think?
I'd like to be able to see what's outside first.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think it's going to take that much to see stuff. We might need to dump a bit of power in, but
We can always spacewalk. Though naked eye isn't terribly useful in space.
True, but it could give us an idea.
What
Oddly,
about the
you haven't
what
seen
about the
any
External
vac suits.
communications.
Oh, great! No vac suits. Hold on. Well, let's look at the repairs first. That's the external sensors, right? Essentially, or the solar
External
sensors.
communications would let us at least call for help.
Right, but we
If
don't know
we're-
where we're helping
apparently
nearby.
we don't know where we are.
we
Also,
want to
but
call
also
for
we don't
help.
know if there's any. Yeah, we don't know necessarily if we want help.
Could be we're sitting in the same system as actual pirates, and
Yeah.
calling for help just gets us killed.
Or we could have been actual pirates.
True.
I mean, we certainly did a lot. I mean, I don't know, so like the stuff in our rooms even doesn't have identifying information, but that clearly wasn't done by the people that, scrapped the place, right? Because they didn't see no sign they got in there. So that would suggest that we took extra care to not have identifying information. It's just downright weird.
Why?
Anyway, sounds like everyone. I'll start looking at the sensors. I guess
Well,
sensors and power. Power in general, we need more power on this ship.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the only issue with the sensors, isn't it? Power.
It is, yeah. There's some small little repair. I think it got lost in my in my copy paste, but it does require a little bit of repair, but not anything that will cost you anything. It's
Gotcha.
just a small,
Other than
fixed
other than
check.
time,
Yeah, exactly.
time and effort. Okay, well, yeah, that seems like I think that's my priority, and I'm gonna go off and fix that, which I suppose means fixing the power, primarily.
It does mean taking power away from life support. Yep.
Well, unless I can do something to fix the power situation.
Ah, yes, that too.
That seems like the main thing, because everything seems to boil down to we don't have enough power, right? At least to some degree.
Seems to. I will follow 579 in that and assist as I can.
Well, then let's follow 579 and whoever is going with them to engineering. I'll come back to anyone that goes somewhere else in a minute.
If we don't have, I guess keep checking the ship, see if there's any like B-cell batteries lying around. That would certainly help. Or Type B.
Yeah, if there's is there a ship locker or a cargo bay, I might be heading to either of those places.
Okay. Second. What do they call this thing? Oh. Yeah, fine. Sorry, I've made some changes to this setup since the last 2 times I've run it, and so my notes don't all reflect those changes.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a int fix in assessing what you can do to get some power that isn't going to drain life support going.
Oh, I got myself in edit mode. Gets me every time.
Okay. That's sufficient. This is not a difficult check for 579 here. It confirms what you already knew, that or suspected at least, that this is some kind of pre-tech drive. Oh, I guess I didn't say that. Yes, this is some kind of pre-tech drive.
Yeah. Oh, you mentioned it was a scarred beauty.
It was a scarred beauty. Yep, scarred and damaged.
Oh, that's right. The drive is also usually the power plant, isn't it?
Drive is also usually the power plant. You could make some modifications to it that will allow it to function at in a very limited capacity, basically enough to power the basic ship systems, as well as give some force to those vectored thrust nacelles, as long as you can also get in and give them some little bit of repairs.
Win-win.
But not enough to actually power up the spike drive. You'll need far more extensive repairs for that.
That seems like as good a plan as any.
Sounds
Now
like
I got
I've
my
a bit of
trusty
control
toolkit.
And I'm still trying to recognize voices. That was 180 you said went with 579, right?
Yes, I have fixed 0, so I'm thinking I'll just be an assistant.
Okay. That will certainly work, and gonna take you both a little bit of time to get there. I'm gonna swing back around
So long as it
to
doesn't-
the other folks here. While 579 and 180 are off trying to pull
Get
power
power
from
back to the
engineering.
ship.
Yep. You guys doing?
Well, by this point, I've emerged from my room with just the combat rifle and the spike Thor.
Okay.
The laser guns and the thunder gun I'm leaving locked in my room.
And emphasis on locked, right?
Very locked.
Okay.
In fairness, that does also mean, like, you said they would have came with ammo, so that means that we have some power cells that I would have used for gun arrow or gun ammo. I assume those are Type A cells, right? How many of those would I have?
We'll go 6.
Okay.
And yes, those
Potentially useful.
can be used as temporary power solutions for, say, sensors or actually, I think it's just sensors. And nav systems.
Yeah, but very temporary.
Yeah, very temporary. You'd be able to get a glimpse out.
Yeah, so I'll come back out and say, okay, so what did I miss anything? Hey, where did the kid and the engineering go?
They just went to engineering. Gonna fix stuff,
Right.
I suppose.
Probably for the best. So, what's our plan? Will they try and get us back online? Is there anything we can do?
I think I'm gonna check out the food supply.
Oh, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout.
And
Do you want me to come? Do you want me to come watch your back?
If you want to.
Sure.
Watch your back while you're checking out the food.
Just a real quick GM note. I am. I know I said that the sensors also require repair. I realize now why. Some wisdom of my early, 5 years ago, planning on this. I did not want sensors to be locked behind a fix skill gate, so I'm walking back my today improv of saying that they require some repair. Sensors just need power.
Huzzah.
Nice. Even better.
Well, presumably all the sensors on the outside anyway, so if they scavenge just the inside,
Yeah.
it's reasonable.
And
Fine, maybe if you
none of the damage that they did inside actually impacted them, unlike the internal comms. So yeah. Checking out the galley. You have a unexpectedly nice kitchen and galley space and kind of just recreational area for a military ship. You know, those of you that are looking at this as a big bad military warship are perhaps thrown off by the luxury accommodations of your quarters. Oh, I apologize. Your quarters were actually quite nice. They each had their own individual bathroom. I did mention closets. They had their own bed.
Mm-hmm.
They were private. Your quarters were nice. Not quite luxury cabins, but they were officers' quarters. And this galley and the recreation areas attached to it are also very nice for a ship that has presented itself in every other way as a utilitarian military ship. Your food supply, I believe, is you guys are good. You could eat 10 times rations. Oh, not 10 times. You could eat like triple rations and be good for as long as you can breathe.
Good news. We'll suffocate first.
Yeah.
Yep.
All the food is just like ration packs, like MRE style stuff, or
What's left is, yeah.
okay. There's no fresh food, I imagine.
There's no fresh food. It looks like there was, but it's not fresh anymore. It is sealed, so it's not stinking up the place. But there was only so much that sealing and preserving could do to fresh food. In fact, this is a good moment for a no with int or any other skill you think is relevant to how long has this food been here?
Can't think of anything better, but maybe know with wisdom how
I'll
long
take-
food should last.
Sure, I'll take that.
Nah, I'll vote with intelligence just to be different.
Yeah. All right. I think that's good enough for both of you. Maybe not the 7 probably isn't getting quite as precise as actually, neither is probably getting this precise. But this food has been sitting here in these packages for about 6 months for the the time frames that you already have. Logged by the life support dates.
Yeah. 6 months, huh? So this all got left here when they put us into life support, I guess.
Ooh.
Does it strike you this is like a way nicer kitchen than you'd expect to see on this kind of boat?
No. Who put us in the pods? You said someone did. Who?
Oh. Did I? No. I said whoever. It might have been us for all we know.
Could have at least frozen the food. Just left it sitting here rotting.
Yeah, it's a shame. But yeah, it's weird. Like, if nothing else, if the place got raided, then like if pirates hit a place like this, then you would expect that they'd want to take food especially fresh food, to bulk up their own supplies, because trust me, these trail rations, like, they'll keep you alive, but they will not make you happy if you're living on those for a while. So you'd think that if it was pirates that came here, they would have taken fresh food. And my and just by the look of it, I'm guessing this has been here for about as long as we've been in the pods. So maybe it happened suddenly. I don't know.
It would have happened that suddenly if they picked apart most of the ship.
Hmm.
It was a
I
deliberate
guess.
choice to leave this here.
I guess. But then why? Maybe they just didn't want food. But like I say, it's hard to get fresh food in space.
Well, I just didn't have this room for it. They couldn't store it properly, it would have just rotted faster.
That's valid, I suppose. But at the same time, if they didn't care, why would they have sealed it up this nice?
Why did they just take the ship?
True, because because there was all those mind, but in the engineering officer was saying about the pre-tech stuff, and hell, I found my own pre-tech gun in there, and just like 872, like he gets that little sparkle in his eyes again. um, but yeah, if we had a pre-tech ship, that's a really good point. Why didn't they just take it? Oh, hey, I've just had a thought.
What?
So, so the four, so there were 10 pods in the room that we were in, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that one of them looked to be in like good condition, like ours, and 3 were damaged. So I wonder if maybe one person was scheduled to come out early and they tried to bring the rest of us out, couldn't manage to decode it ahead of time, so they just manually levered the other 3 people out, or they manually like broke the other 3 pods open, and then those 4 people are the ones who went through the ship. I wonder.
The 3 people would have had to have been more important than the comms officer, the chief engineer, and the XO.
True.
If I were to pick 3 people to repair a ship,
Mm-hmm.
I think those would be my 3. No offense to you.
None taken. But like that's assuming the ship needed repaired in the first place. What if we were just what if we were all meant to work together? Maybe I don't know. Like I don't know how to pilot a ship. I don't know if you do. I don't know if any of us do. Maybe they thought they could pilot the thing. A pilot could have been one of those 3. We don't have a captain, but it's all officers and stuff that were in there. Maybe the captain was one of those 3. Or 4, I suppose. Maybe it was the captain that came out first and picked 3 people to go with him. Maybe they tried to take the whole ship somewhere, realised they couldn't, and went, okay, we're going to need bits off this ship to, I don't know. But I'm just wondering, because it does seem odd that one of the pods would be undamaged and the other 3 would be damaged, but they're all empty. Like, the fact that the pods were damaged means that someone was in there fucking about with us and they left us 6 there.
I'm gonna pan away from those deep and potentially disconcerting thoughts. And ask. Well, let's see. We've got 800 and 872 in the galley. We've got 579 and 180 in engineering. What are 808 and 119 doing?
Well, I was heading to the ship locker
That's
and
right.
the cargo hold. I'm not
Did say that.
sure what
Yes.
119 is doing, but
All right. Well, let's get there real quick. 808 finds. You know, he saw this from the schematics also, but he finds that there is a fighter bay in this ship. It of course does not have a actual fighter in it, although it has all of the attachment points. It has the maintenance benches. It is not an or was not an unused fighter bay. So you can add that to the list of things missing or that seem to be missing. There's nothing but a few boxes of oh, hang on. Yeah, nothing but the remnants of crates in the cargo bay. Looks like whatever was in there was cleaned out also. Is there anything in particular that 119 is hoping to find or looking for in his exploration here? Sorry, not 119, 808.
No, just more or less trying to get a gauge on the rest of the ship. What other fittings or rooms or facilities or resources we have at our disposal.
Okay, well, let me actually put a pin in that also, because that's going to be part of our end of session review. 119, is he doing anything there, Knox?
119 is specifically looking around for other doors that are locked or that were left behind or tried to be pried into.
Okay. Well, he mostly finds that the everything on the ship was that has a door was gotten into, except for you guys' quarters there. However, there are 3 personal quarters rooms that are locked, gen locked or biometric locked, and would require actual captain, not just exo override to enter. And then there is one additional empty room. Sorry, not empty room, and until you open it, room that 119 is able to override as the XO and finds it as an empty room. So the the implication there is that those rooms that he's not allowed to override himself into might just be those 3 broken stasis pods. I'm gonna ask a directed and perhaps a little bit railroady question here, because I want to know how to end the session. Does someone go tend to those sensors before the engineers get power back to the ship in full? Like, are you just waiting for the engineers to get power back to everything, or does somebody want to take a battery over, a power cell over to the sensors panel and get a glimpse outside?
If a standard battery will work, then absolutely.
Okay, yeah, a Type A power cell will supply enough power. It'll be a very short run. You might get 5 minutes out of it, depending on how many external sensors you actually power with this. But there's enough logic and pre-tech and overrides and safety features in this that yep, there's even a hookup for the Type A cell to be slotted in.
Yeah, the thought wouldn't occur to me, but if someone said, "Hey, can I get one of those Type A cells? I want to get a glimpse out the sensors," I would give them one.
And knowing that we'll only get very limited time with this thing, I guess we'll record what we see on a data slab too.
Okay, sounds good.
Good
Um,
shout.
Well, that involves going back to the galley and letting 800 and 817 know that what 119 is planning. Do they accompany him to the bridge?
Yeah, I'd like to see as well.
Okay. It's not hard to slot that power cell in, get the sensors activated, and route power to just one screen, just to conserve a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And in front of you, you see a giant ball of fire. Your sensors start going crazy all through the ship. Red alert starts chiming on low power mode, so it's kind of a squeaky red alert. And readings start flying faster than anyone without at least Pilot Zero is comfortable with and familiar with, telling you how bad this situation is. You are caught deep within the gravitational pull of a red, glowing, hot, glowing sun right here.
Oh shit.
I heard the conjure here. Hey, what's all the beeping about?
Yeah, so we turned the sensors on and it looks like we're getting pulled into a star.
That doesn't sound good.
You don't say, kid. You don't say.
This day can only get better and better.
That 579 just has to say, fuck.
And with that, let's go ahead and call that a session.
I was waiting till the end of the session to put this in here, but I'll drop that in there.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, that fits. That fits.
Hmm.
I should watch MacGyver.
I've actually never seen it. Just like the really old previews, before old movies, sometimes where it gives you like a little glimpse. But
it was a good show. It was fun. So a couple questions I have for review here, and then a potential choice for you guys to make. First of all, I know that there was not a lot of action, and it was a lot of asking questions and what do you do next, but was this still fun?
Yeah, I had a good time.
not every session is going to be action, so it was fun.
Yeah.
And plus,
Discovery
yes,
sessions.
there's a lot to set up. So
Yeah.
I think it's
and really,
that setup is interesting in and of itself too.
yeah, I do like the sort of there was always going to be a bit of eeriness and mystery with, okay, you wake up with no memories, and yeah, I enjoy that. I think it's hit that note for sure.
Okay. Do you feel like there was enough background flavor and dressing given to each character so that the amnesia angle felt like it is interesting and not just an easy and lazy way of not having a history?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like there's
Yeah.
plenty of history for my character.
Well, exactly. It sounds like there is history. We
I
just
don't know what it
yet.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dexter, I get the feeling that you're like you mentioned it during the character candidate sheet as well. I feel like you might be a little bit self-conscious about it, but don't worry about it. It doesn't come across as just an excuse to not write backstories, because it's clear that there is a backstory there. We just don't know what it is.
Mm.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that, and you do hit on that. One of the criticisms of amnesia-like play is that it's just like there's not going to be anything to it. It's a lazy way of not dealing with where a character came from, and as that's antithetical to how I want to play characters. So I absolutely want to make sure that nobody else feels like the character was given to them that way.
Yeah, no, it's very clear that we have a history and just don't know what it is.
Okay, cool.
Or at least I thought so.
So I've got 2 minutes to get any feedback, compliments, criticism, anything that you specifically want me to work on, fix, change, or keep doing.
Right, things that you could fix. The engines of our ship would probably start.
Yep.
I do kind of wish there was a clearer path to, hey, what do we need to fix this stuff? But I also kind of feel like that's kind of coming down the road anyways.
Yeah, I'll answer that for you.
Yeah.
It is the I call these first 3 sessions the tutorial, and they're basically a sandbox on Railroad. I try to still give you the idea that you can do anything you want, but there's still things that you're going to get done. Like, you're gonna look outside and see that there's a sun, that you're barreling towards the sun. You're gonna fix the engines and find a way out of that sun's gravity. You're gonna land on the only other planet that you can land on. So it is a railroad.
But what if we don't fix the engines? What would you do then?
Then it's going to be an extremely short campaign.
Yeah, we all decide to sit in the galley and eat rations until we die.
Well, then I'm going to take another 3 months hiatus and start again.
We do have the cannibal knife. Could always use that.
Yeah, what's the story behind the knife?
I named it in my character sheet the cannibal killer.
The knife also has a backstory, but unfortunately, the knife also has amnesia.
Yep.
All right, this last bit is for those of you who are familiar and comfortable enough with the technical, number crunchy parts of the system. One of the criticisms that I had in previous runs of this is that the ship the ship weapons didn't feel like they had crunch. Oh my gosh, my Roll20 is not having anything to do with me and these character sheets. Wow. Alright, here we go. We're moving. So I've created 3 different versions of potential timeline Razas, and I'd like to have you guys decide on which version you would prefer. I can show them to you here in Roll20, or I could snip pictures of them, clip pictures of them, and drop them in Discord.
Whatever's easiest for you.
Honestly, I think the Discord one is actually going to be easier overall, because that gives you an immediate place to look it over and discuss.
I was going to say, I
tend to refer to
more accessible. Yeah, more accessible in Discord probably.
Okay. Yeah. So then that's I guess that would be the end of the review session here. Is I'll create a thread. I will put it in planning where it belongs.
Cool.
And if you have any questions about anything on the ship, I tried to make them all clear, but it's might have. Give me just a second. I'll come back to that, Ginja. But obviously, any questions? And if you are allergic to spoilers, you probably don't want to go into the thread because this does show you the Raza in its full glory.
Been there, done that.
Yes. All right. Ginja, what was the question about the armory?
There was a line, I remember a line in the details thing, like the sensors and the internal comms and so on. One of those messages had something about the armory, but it's not there now. So
I think that's because it just. I think that's because it just said empty but otherwise fine.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it did just say it was empty, but it's not there anymore. So
You're right. I did when I copy pasted all of that into a new message and then deleted the old one. I forgot to transfer over the armory information.
right, cool.
I mean, we know that it's empty but otherwise perfectly fine.
Oh, we know it's
so
empty. I'm just
Yeah. No, I'll get that information to you. It'll probably be in handouts in Roll20 if I can manage to get Roll20 working without trudging along like mud.
Cool.
But yeah, good first session. I enjoyed this.
Excellent.
I enjoyed this.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, it was fun.
Dex, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
I already know the answer to this question, but I want to ask it anyway because I think this is a rare opportunity. Do we level up?
You get 1 XP.
Okay, I'll take that.
We take
It's
this.
small ones.
I'll try. I think are you still doing the 1 XP per session and then occasional bonus XP?
Yes, I am.
Nice. That is something I can appreciate.
You and you
Also-
will be level 2 by the time you have finished the tutorial.
Tutorial. Yeah, so you did say 3
Marvelous.
sessions, didn't you?
You did? Yeah.
2 to 3 sessions, depending on how things go next session.
If we do really well.
Yeah.
Or we do
Okay,
really
so-
badly.
Yeah, we
Okay,
do
so-
really
Well,
bad.
yeah, or really badly, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
Just two or 3 sessions, depending on whether you do really well. So 3 sessions.
I'm hearing a 4th.
Yeah, it might be 4. We'll see. We can probably stretch it to 5, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, just get us all in a room talking to one another about the theories about what's going on.
Yeah.
I
Not to
enjoyed
mention
that.
the,
At that point, we're getting bonus XP for role playing, so it balances out.
I did.
We'll be level 5 by the time we're done.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we still need to guess our names.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that some either some clues or some information there is in the little tube that I've got, but got to solve the puzzle first. Solve the puzzle blocks
Yeah.
to solve the mystery, maybe, but we'll see.
There's also, let me see, there's the 3 rooms for the others.
Mm.
Do we have access to those though? It's not official access.
Not
Yeah.
your current crew.
It's not a
We
problem.
could probably make our way in.
And don't
If
forget that the
if
kid
if
can
nothing
also
else-
get anywhere the kid wants to get.
Yeah.
If
Just a kid.
nothing else, I have a thunder gun. We can make access in the urgency.
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
But let's not do that and say we did.
I do want to make a comment real quick, Dex. You had me at the edge of my seat going into my room, and then it was just a closet.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It felt,
It tells you something about the character.
it felt so satisfying in a weird sense, because like for a moment I was like dreading finding anything out, and then there was like the sense of relief of like, oh thank God nothing's here, and then there was the sense of anger of, why the fuck isn't there anything here?
Yep.
I'm glad
Yeah,
that worked
Nick,
exactly how I wanted it then.
Speaking of the rooms, by the way, how did you guess the exact two guns that I was looking at, and then also throw in like 3 rifles on top of it? Like how did you guess that it was the big dice that I was interested in?
I channeled the thought process of both you and 872.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Are you sure you're just not your character? Come on.
I was gonna say like, as I was like getting a sense of who 872 was and seeing his room and stuff, I was like, yeah, no, this character's a pretty good fit.
I think
Like,
there's a
if you
reason
ask-
you were
if you
drawn
ask-
to him.
Yeah, like honestly, in retrospect, if you'd asked me to make a character, it probably wouldn't have been too dissimilar to this. Now I think about it.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, good first session, good times overall. Looking forward to next week, and I will see you all around.
All right, and I'll create that thread before I go play Diablo.
New
Nice.
season, baby. First season.
Bye.
Yep.
See you.